Oh, I forgot to start my tracking. You know what? It's a real return to form. In my defense, chat, it's been a week. In my defense, motherfuckers, it's been a week. Give me a second. I gotta adjust a couple things. Oh my god, chat! It's Scuff! It's our first bit but the first bit of Scuff was the fact that I forgot to change the stream name and title and category. Whoopsie. I'm so good at being a Twitch streamer, chat. Real professional here. Real fucking pro out here. He's doing great. Greetings from the archive. Welcome on in, everybody. How is everyone? Hi. It's so lovely to see you. Chat, it's been a week. Oh, is Scuff not working? Give me a second. Give me a second, chat. I need to figure out how I just auto-fix this. I need to figure out how I just auto-fix that later. In any case, it's so lovely to see you all. Hi! How are you? What are you up to? How's life been? I hope you've been doing great. Can I commit crimes from your new house? No, I like my new house. Actually, we commit crimes here all the time. Those crimes are mostly smoking weed. In any case, let me go through and greet everyone. Let me say hello to folks. Let's see. Welcome on in, Kareth Zelda on the first. Hello, Lycan. Hi, Wonder, Crocodile, Wasteland Radio. Red Robo Reggie. Someone awesome, lovely to see you. Astra Arts. Omega Scales, Rail Rosio. Dragon's Horde. Mal. Banana Tiger. Mannequin of Theseus. Ollie B. Mochi. Dragon's Horde. Good Humored Gaming. Teghead Zero, Scuff reference. It's so lovely to see everyone. How's everyone doing today? Hello, Shy Lion Draws. Hello, Gracie Bacon. Let's see. Bark, bite. Hello, Alexia. Lovely to see you. The Nyx Paradigm. Latent Logic. Astrazy. Let's see. Yui. Asuno Tenchi. How is everyone? Hi. How are you all? I'm scuffed now. I hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. It is so lovely to see you. Welcome. If I can be a little bit immersion breaky for a moment, it's my stream, I do what I want. Welcome to my new apartment. Welcome to my new Wi-Fi network. Welcome to my new desk. Chat, I bought my dream desk and it took me like 8 hours to construct, but I did it. I have my dream desk now. Am I peeking the microphone? Chat, am I peeking the microphone? Shit, fuck, goddamn it. One sec. I am peeking the microphone a little bit. Let me turn that down a tiny bit. But I have my dream. I'm still peeking. I have my dream desk right now. Welcome to my new apartment. Hello, Pyro. Yeah, it's Tuesday. I wanted to stream yesterday, but unfortunately I didn't have time to, like, test the internet. So I decided I was going to do it tonight because, you know what? I had today completely off. I went to my doctor appointment this morning at 8 a.m. Spent the rest of the day kind of, like, finishing setting things up, testing things, making sure everything was in working order so I could stream tonight, and decided, you know what? We're going to do it Tuesday. We're going to do it Tuesday because I do what I want around here. Chat, it's my apartment. It's my apartment, and I make the rules. Okay. Honestly, OBS might just being weird, but in any case, did the doctor give you a cone? No. But the doctor did say, chat. So the official prognosis in regards to, like, all of my heart shit, it is not POTS. It is, however, orthostatic hypotension, which we basically already knew, but we were just, like, verifying that. It is orthostatic hypotension, which looks almost identical to POTS symptom-wise. It's just an issue of blood pressure rather than heart rate. But, you know, that's how it goes. We have our answers. I have advice to help me out now. I'm living life. Hello, Yogsaloth. Hello, Lorekeeper of the Forlorn. How is everyone? Bark Bark Bite Bite, it's lovely to see you. I am so excited to be in this new space. Hello, Truth Telling Puppet as well. Oh, our final's over for you. Congratulations. So is there a solution? There's not, like, a cure. There isn't, like, a medication they can give me to make it go away. It's mostly about, like, habits and lifestyle. I just need to get used to eating more salt, drinking more fluids, where's my water bottle? There's my water bottle. I should keep that within sight. Almost didn't survive the lack of AE streams, for real. I missed you guys so much. Like, it really sucked being away for so long. I'm not used to not having stuff to do in the evening. For the first time in a while, I've been, like, passing out at 11 p.m. Because I didn't have anything to do in the evenings. It was weird. Can we get an eat salt redeem? That's what hydrates are for. There's usually electrolytes in my water. But yeah, I gotta eat a lot of salt, drink a lot of electrolytes. I need to avoid strenuous physical activity, especially in the heat, which my doctor did actually schedule a follow-up over the summer, like mid-summer, to check on how I'm doing and see how I'm handling the heat, because it's gonna get worse when it gets hot. And I can tell ya, Jesus Christ, the couple of days where I was moving stuff in the heat were the worst. AE, don't eat a shot glass of salt. I won't, I promise. Hello, two sporks. I've been drinking alkaline water to help with dehydration. I don't think that's how that works. I'm not a scientist. The word alkaline is a complicated word. Because a lot of people don't understand what alkaline means. Let me verify this real quick. Yeah. So alkaline refers typically to substances that are basic, that neutralize acids. You might be thinking of electrolytes. A lot of people do drink alkaline water, though. It doesn't do anything. Alkaline water doesn't do anything. Electrolytes can be useful if you have medical conditions where you need them. If you're already eating a high-salt diet and you don't have any underlying conditions and you're not an athlete, you probably don't need electrolytes. But if you have certain medical conditions, if you exercise regularly, if you're pushing your body to limits, or you're in situations where you're sweating a lot, electrolytes are great. Electrolytes are good for situations where you are losing a lot of liquid. So you're sweating a lot, you're sick, etc. Thank you so much for the follow, though. Appreciate you. I want my basic water, though. Trachycardia is a bitch. So I don't have trachycardia. I have blood pressure low. It's not an issue with my heart rate. It's an issue with my blood pressure, but it presents almost identically. Been too sick to get more electrolyte mix the past few days, so I've been suffering. Oh, hang in there, my friend. I would give you some if I could. Yeah, alkaline is just basic. Yes. Alkaline just means that it is basic and neutralizes acids, but your body has so much acid inside of it, and it needs that. You need your stomach acid to do things. Yes, hypotension, thank you. It is a form of dysautonomia, so it looks very similar to trachycardia. It's just like, it basically has the same symptoms from a different cause. And it is supposedly a bit easier to treat. But you know. Hello, Culture Chimp. Hi, lovely to see you. I'm back from my break. I'm in a new apartment. I moved. I still live in Florida. I still live in the same city I lived in before. A city which shall remain nameless. But I'm in a new apartment. And I really like it. I really, really like it. I really like the new place. I will eventually get a chance to introduce y'all properly as well to Boozle chat. I live with a cat. You're a Florida man? That makes a lot of sense. Wow, okay. Wow. Yeah, I do live in Florida. I try to keep it vague, the exact area. I travel around the state constantly for shows and whatnot, but I am from Florida. Hi, Druid, lovely to see you. I'm loving the new place. I'm gonna talk more about it later. I might eventually do a house tour, honestly. Because y'all, you know what? I can grab some pictures real quick. I might eventually do an actual house tour, but in the meantime, I need y'all to know that we live in what we like to call a very fuckable apartment. Hello, Jordan. Welcome on in. Lovely to see you. I would love to set up a Boozle can. I would love to. Put a grain of salt and lemon in your water. A lives in the warm, rainy part of Florida. Yeah, exactly. Chat. We live in what we like to call a very fuckable apartment, which is an apartment that you visit and you look around and you're like, yeah, I would have sex with the occupant of this, you know? Chat, if you walked into this living room, would you have sex with the owner? Would you have sex with the resident? Are people deciding to fuck someone based on their house? I mean, okay, if you walked into someone's room and they had a mattress on the floor, you know? If they had a mattress on the floor, that's slightly less fuckable, or at least moderately yet less fuckable. Yes, but I'm assuming the owner is ace. Nah, no one who lives here is ace. You understand, like you need to have a space that looks put together and decorated, so that it has fuckability. You understand? I'd fuck that couch. I mean, valid. I'm not judging you. I'm not judging. Can I get some wine with that? Oh, absolutely. Listen, we always have alcohol. We always have alcohol. I'd assume someone in this house would sacrifice me. Maybe fuckable. Real and valid. Listen, the point is, chat, it's a vibe, you know? I might eventually record a house tour and show you all around, especially once my room is put together. My room is still a work in progress, but, you know, we're making things happen. We're making things happen. We're making things happen. You're on point with the decorating? Why, thank you. We had help from a couple gay people for it. I almost said the F slur when I went to say that. I'm gonna be so honest. Yeah, is that a problem, Mochi? One sec, let me find a pic of Boozle. Oh! Listen, I'm gonna be so honest. I don't believe in ghosts. I believe to a certain extent in spirits and souls. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe ghosts are gonna haunt you if you use like even tarot. I don't believe I'm communicating with spirits or that I'm like actually predicting my future or whatnot. To me, they are meditative tools, you know. In any case, here this is where the cool kids are hanging out. Hello, Walnor, lovely to see you. Bite. I'm in my new apartment. I moved. This is Boozle. I don't believe in ghosts, and no story that I've ever heard of has convinced me. But this is Boozle. Boozle is my roommate's cat. He's so good. I love him. I would kill for him. My partner doesn't live there, 0 to 10. Okay, but would you be proud if your partner did live there, you know? So it was exactly the type of cat I expected from this house, yeah. Yeah. He's 6 years old, he's a black cat. I love him. Thought you meant the drawn wet mattress on the ground. Hello, 20 Cocat, lovely to see you. Thank you. I'm really loving the new space. Yeah, that's Boozle. I love Boozle. He's my little guy. I would do anything for him. Do I have any other Boozle pics? I've been sending a lot of people Boozle pics, but they're kind of spread out. Oh. This picture's a bit of a mess, but this was my desk as of last night. Featuring Boozle. Boozle looks like a less scatterbrained version of our little guy. He's very social and very friendly and very smart. Yep. He likes to sit in my chair whenever I'm not using it. It's actually a little bit of a problem. Yeah, it's my dream desk. It's my dream desk and I got it on sale. You know? It's my dream desk and I got it on sale. Oh, chat. I have a gay ACAB flag. Oh, the mic is not actually set up behind the chair. It was resting there while I was setting up the desk. Chat, if you match with anyone on a dating app, ask them for Boozle pics and see what their response is as a social experiment. That'd go really hard, actually. I would love to see what would happen. Feel very passionate about Vanilla tonight. Real and valid, someone awesome. Did it come pre-ACAB? This was gifted to me. I don't fucking know. It was gifted to me. Oh, okay. This is a different photo of the couch, but the reason why it matters is because you can see that we have Pokemon oh, I didn't do it right. Give me a second. You can see we have Pokemon plushies hanging from the roof. Gotta get a new place for my desk because my current one is completely fucked. I hope you're able to get a new one. Or rather, I hope you get a new desk soon. Good luck. Good luck. You got this. You got this. Are you executing plushies? They're just floating. They're just chilling. I think it's a very nice apartment. I really like the new place, and I will give y'all a tour eventually. Taking notes from my apartment? You're welcome. I'm giving you inspiration. Listen, I'm really proud of the new place, and it makes me extremely happy. And I'm very, very excited. You will find me yapping a lot about this. Like I said, house tour, maybe. Maybe house tour, eventually. I'm not opposed. Where are my DMs with Safi? I know I sent Safi some Boozle pics. Oh. Here, Boozle will just find a surface and he'll lay on it. We have a screened-in porch. We have a screened-in porch. And Boozle loves it. He gets to go hang out in the screened-in porch, and he loves it. Wish I remembered my Pokemon autism. Oh, I know too much about Pokemon. I still have Pokemon autism. Here's Boozle on his little screened-in porch. He's chilling on his little screened-in porch. Got some rollerblade wheels for my computer chair. It's fun and frustrating at the same time. I'm really curious. Tell Boozle I said meow. I might grab him later after my roommate goes to sleep, maybe. Who knows? He's so good. Look at him. That's peak cat right there. You know, that's peak cat. He is peak cat. He's so good. Catty over the patio. He loves it. We're actually, chat. Okay, so I have been talking with my roommate a little bit about some things we might put up on Thrones, some like non-necessities, but things that would be useful and helpful for us to have. You know, like we might put a cat scratcher or something like that for Boozle up there. The most expensive thing we're currently considering is to get a little like panel for the sliding glass door, so that we can have a cat door for Boozle. You know. Like, let me grab an example. I will set up a Boozle cam eventually, I promise. But one of the more expensive things that we are considering, we need to look at our options on this, to be so honest, and like see how affordably we could get one and whatnot. But if I can open this image in a new tab, there we go. We're thinking one of the more expensive things we are thinking about putting up on Throne would be a little like insert like this, where it's a little cat door. We smoke a lot of weed here. We have a gravity bong. We have a gravity bong. I do have, there's a very specific bong I eventually want to get, but I'll save up my own money for that. But we might, we can't find like really cheap ones. Most of them, unfortunately, like $100 plus. But we might put something like that up on Throne, so we can have like a little sliding glass door insert that we can drop in there, and Buzo can kind of go in and out on his own. He deserves it. He deserves it. I always wanted a raven as a pet. I feel like Boozle is very Ravencore. But yeah. The new apartment is so good. House tour eventually. I love it. I love it. Sad weed still isn't legal in Florida. I know. Okay. Chat. The only reason why weed is not legal in Florida is because here we have this thing called the 60% rule. Where instead of 50% like most states, here in Florida, any kind of like bill or amendment that is voted on by the general public and not just like passed through office needs a 60% majority instead of a 50% majority. If that weren't the case, we would have enshrined abortion rights and legalized recreational marijuana. I'm still pissed off about it to this day. It just really sucks, especially with how often those laws are very specifically used in racially targeted ways that predominantly hurt fucking people of color, especially black populations. It sucks. It's terrible. Fuck it. I love politics. I unfortunately love politics. So from the first couch pick, definitely fuckable. Second one, just a gay-up sex room. Got it. Okay. Yeah, drug laws. It's legal in Canada, but our local medicinal club is being rated shut down because they aren't recreational. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. Hey, drug laws are very arbitrary, yeah, and they're very arbitrarily enforced in very racist ways. Speaking of racism, wild segue. Good job, me. Amazing segue. You might have seen that I posted an announcement in my Discord server earlier about a man named Uncle Lou. Fuck ICE. Chat, fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Uncle Lou is a very important figure, a local legend in the Orlando DIY music scene. He is the owner of Uncle Lou's Entertainment Hall, which is a dingy little dive bar on Mills Avenue in downtown Orlando and home to some of the fondest memories of my life. And on Saturday night, he was detained by ICE. We still don't know the exact circumstances of the arrest or of, any of this, really. The Orange County Police Department has not said jack shit. Even online, they still do not list a charge, but he is currently being held on immigration hold. There's some speculation that he was being investigated for not having a proper liquor license, or that this was set up by TMG, which is a Zionist property management company that's responsible for the gentrification of much of downtown Orlando. But in any case, I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit. I would not give a fuck if this man had crossed the border illegally. I don't care. Free Uncle Lou, he is an incredibly valuable figure in Florida's DIY music scene. He runs this dingy little dive bar, which has provided a venue to thousands of DIY artists, charity shows, and the like. And you know what? A little fun fact about Uncle Lou: he doesn't charge people to play there. He will let anyone, regardless of size, regardless of genre, book a show at his venue, and he will not charge them a single dollar. He will not take any cut of their money. People like him are vital to the DIY music scene, and the fact that ICE raided a fucking show and detained him is as much a sign as any of what they stand for racism, for xenophobia, for fascism. They are an occupying army coming into our communities, kidnapping our neighbors, killing innocent people. Fuck them. Fuck ICE, fuck fascism, free Uncle Lou. If you're interested in supporting him during this time, there's a GoFundMe link in the Discord, but please put yourselves first and foremost. What if, like, kissing men would even were the charges? That's the thing, Pot. We don't know. The Orange County Police Department has refused to tell us what the charges were. So everyone in the Florida DIY music scene, in the punk scene, the metal scene, etc., has been flooding phone lines, has been organizing protests and charity shows and shit like that. It's a fucking mess. You're at the early stages of dictatorship? Yeah. He's essentially been kidnapped out of our fucking community and we're fighting like hell to get him back. Government endorsed terrorism? Yeah. I know loads of local people that are completely undocumented that do more for the local community than any of the government. Yeah, absolutely. Like, again, I would not care if he was here fucking illegally. I don't care if he fucking crossed the border illegally. That is my fucking neighbor. That is a valuable member of my community. That is a local legend. That is a man who has done so much for the local leftist community and for the DIY music community. Habeas corpus deadline should have passed by now too, shouldn't it? I have no clue. Gonna be dead ass? Don't know. All we've been told is that he is on an immigration hold. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Let me pull this up real quick. Chat. Free Uncle Lou. I can tell you personally, this man has done so much for the community, for the scene. I have been to over a dozen shows at his little tiny bar. And you know that this shit's rooted in racism very much. Well, you know. He's a very incredible man who has done so much for the community, and I will fight like hell to get him back. I will fight like hell to get him back. Yeah, he's a good guy who has done so much for our community. Is he a little old and confused sometimes? Yeah. But he's this like 60-something-year-old man who will let anyone play his bar without taking a dollar. And I appreciate that so much. The music scene is so important to me, and people like him are the reason why DIY music is able to survive and fester and exist. Fuck ICE. First time I ever went to his bar was actually to see Apes of the State. And Apes of the State talked about how a decade earlier, when they were like touring for the first time, they played his bar. And, you know, 10 years later, they wanted to play it again. Even if they had far outgrown it, even though the show well and sold out, even though we were all packed in there like goddamn sardines, because I'm pretty sure we were over occupancy. I know how fundamental Luz has been to the DIY music scene for decades. I just need to fucking go. Fuck him. Fuck fascism. Fuck this bullshit. Hope Uncle Lou knows how much he's loved and supported. I mean, the fact that the community has already raised like $30,000 for him, the fact that that there's so many shows being planned to try and raise more money. It's genuinely something beautiful that I really appreciate. If I can offer a note of hope and positivity amid all of this, it brings me so much joy and affirmation to see the community coming together to raise money, to support this absolute pillar of our fucking community. It really does give me hope. It really does give me hope. And I really hope that we can get him back. Seeing how much support his fundraiser has got us maybe tear up 2 minutes. Yeah. I mean, I'm on Instagram. Instagram's the only social media site where I keep a, like, you know, private page. So I'm very connected with, like, the Florida punk scene on there. And yeah, it was devastating finding out, but it's brought me so much hope seeing the community come together over this. I've talked to a few of the people who are organizing some of these fundraisers and whatnot. It does strike a lot of joy for me to see people come together in this fight. I love this community. I love the alt music scene. In any case, that's my ramble. I needed to get my free Lou ramble out of the way, because he's really important to me in this scene. And all of this happening amidst the move is quite scary. We love Lou. You know, the worst part of Trump forming ICE is that won't stop with him. They'll reinforce the power for generations now. So, I mean, okay, it is worth noting that, like, ICE existed before Trump. Trump just turned them into a basically military force. ICE existed. ICE has always existed, but Trump turned them into an occupying army. You know? And yeah, one of the really scary things we're seeing in recent years is that even, like, the Democratic Party has started being very hard on immigration. One of the policies that that Kamala ran on that made her very unpopular with a lot of folks, and lost her a lot of support. Hello, Eloine! Welcome on in! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Lovely to see you! Hi, everyone! Hello! Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi, folks, I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues here on twitch.tv. And folks who don't know Eloin over here, Eloin is Erudition Incarnate, a wonderful creator who deserves all of your love and support. Please do give your love. I enjoy lurking and hanging out on Eloin's side of things. How are you doing? We're talking about how much we fucking hate ICE. Can we get a fuck ICE in chat? How was your stream? What were you up to, Eloin? It's so lovely to see you. I'm finally back after my week of moving shit. Fuck ICE. Part of the reason why we're on this ramble is because a member of my community, a man by who goes by Uncle Lou, was recently kidnapped by ICE on Saturday night, and I've been trying to raise a lot of awareness and spread that news around because he is a fundamental piece of the DIY music scene here in Florida. He runs a bar called Uncle Lou's Entertainment Hall, which has been for 2 decades now, a vital piece of Florida's DIY music scene. He will let anyone play, he does not charge any kind of cover fee. It is so vital to keeping DIY music alive. Even bands that I love and respect had their start there. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE to the ends of the goddamn earth. Save Lou. Get him out of there. In any case, though, it's lovely to see y'all. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How goes it? What were you up to? Let me greet everyone who's coming on in with the raid. Hello to Manifest Embermane, to Mita Oku, to Stormageddon, to Element in the Flesh, to Lucifer, to Lucier, to Nox Lumina Zero. Lovely to see everybody. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Playing Final Fantasy. Oh, right. I hope you enjoyed. I have never touched Final Fantasy 14. Never touched it. I'm scared of it. I am scared of Final Fantasy 14. I cannot afford to get invested in a game like that. I will lose my life. you know? I will lose my everything. Hello, the survivor. Fuck, I missed the context, but not with the sentiment. Hell fucking yeah. Hey, listen, we're all anti-fascists here. I hope so, anyway. Scared of the amount of space on my hard drive, and MMOs are so much effort. Yeah, I'm scared of the time commitment. I'm scared to get into it because I know I will lose so much of my time. I hope you're enjoying, though. How is it so far? I mean, I'm sure it's popular for good fucking reason, and everything I've seen is very good. Oh shit. Hell yeah. Fuck fascism, indeed. Love MMOs, but I found it difficult to get into Final Fantasy XIV specifically each time I've tried, because there's just a daunting amount of content and story. I have enjoyed my fair share of MMOs, but at this point I'm also just really scared of like live service games, if I can be perfectly honest. I get really anxious to get into any kind of live service game because it feels like I'm going to invest all of this time into it, and then eventually I'm going to step away and maybe I'll come back a couple times here and there, but one day all of that progress is going to be gone. And I know that's kind of a stupid way of looking at it. I do this, it's the same reason I struggle to like restart save files, to be perfectly honest. But for me, the idea of all of that progress and work being gone scares me. Hello, Joe! Fucking free Uncle Lou. Give him back. Death to tyrants, ayo, ayo, ayo. You could probably see about restricting yourself to only play on stream. That might help. IDK though. It doesn't always work. It doesn't always work. But nah, like, I say this as someone who was really into Genshin Impact for like 2 years. I say this as someone who has put like probably over 1,000 hours of my life into, not 1,000, probably over 500 hours of my life into Genshin Impact. Don't see Final Fantasy XIV going away anytime soon. Yeah, and that's definitely reassuring. It's made me a bit more tempted, but I still have so much fear of like the time investment. But no, I hope you're enjoying it genuinely. It seems like something I would like. It's already been here for 16 years. Fair point, fair point. I also have a lot of FOMO, admittedly. Very prone to FOMO. Also personally hate that they designed them to make you want to play them like every day, because I really want to be able to take a break and leave and come back. Yeah, no, that's an issue I had with Red Dead Online. I fucking love Red Dead Online. I adore it. I have like, how many hours do I have in Red Dead Online? Give me a second. Give me a second. I can check this. I have 350 hours in Red Dead Online. I love Red Dead Online. That said, part of why I stopped playing was because having to check every single day to do the dailies was kind of exhausting. At a certain point, I lost a daily streak and I just didn't feel like doing it again. Hello, Calliope Clark, lovely to see you. How was the move anyway? Yeah, it's been really great. It definitely exhausted me a lot more than I expected. I wanted to be back yesterday, but I just didn't have the capacity and hadn't had chances to test everything. I only got my desk up on Monday morning, actually, because I just wasn't able to lock in for a while. But I'm finally all set up. I'm mostly situated. I have a little bit more unpacking to do, but I've done most of it. And I'm really loving the new space. I'm really liking the living situation so far. Things are going great with my roommate. I'm really happy to be living around an animal again. We have a cat named Boozle. It's been really, really good. I love this new space. I'm still learning to like make myself comfortable and to exist here, but I really like it. Not that I'm tempting or pressuring you to ever get into it, but if you do feel like deciding to check out Final Fantasy XIV, you're welcome to join me in my community in the EU server. Noted. Noted. You know, that's really funny because part of the reason why I fell off of Genshin Impact is because I chose the EU server because the friends who got me into it were from the EU. And then I couldn't play with any of my NA friends. Not so fun fact, speaking in stress hormones terms, moving can be a stressful family divorce for a while. Oh yeah, no, it was really stressful. I'm gonna be dead ass. First couple days of moving, I had a panic attack. I don't know if y'all remember, last Monday, I had to end my stream after about 2 hours because I was like verging on a panic attack. Because I was supposed to move my roommate's stuff the next morning, and people weren't communicating the plan to me. People weren't communicating the plan to me. And it fucked with me really badly. I was absurd levels of stress. It's not until I think yesterday that like I was able to calm down and feel in control of shit for the first time since the move started, you know? Okay, here's the thing, Pot. Half the people who were helping us move couldn't drive and wanted me to pick them up. And I'm like, hey, I need to know what times I need to be where in order to make this happen and who I'm picking up first and like how I'm gonna drive a U-Haul with all of you in it, you know? And then still make it to work at 1 p.m. So it was a whole situation. Luckily we survived. Like, the worst of it is over. I'm at a point where the actual moving part is over. I live here now. I've already turned in the keys to my old place. I don't have to worry about that anymore. I live here. This is my apartment. I just gotta I gotta finish settling in, you know? Sounds like you really needed a second driver? God, I fucking tried. Just drink a beer before driving the U-Haul? Driving the U-Haul was fun. You'd be like that, I get the most nervous bladder before long trips. So, I have this issue where, especially if I'm going to be driving, I need to know the plan at least 12 hours in advance. And 12 hours is pushing it. If I need to drive somewhere, I want to know ahead of time because it takes me a lot of effort, and especially if I have to be picking people up. I just have a lot of stress when it comes to like travel in general. Driving is something that takes a lot of energy for me. So especially if I have to like arrange my driving around other people, I need to know the plan in advance. You cannot be changing the plan on me last minute. You cannot, the night before I'm supposed to pick you up, go, oh, I don't know what time I need to be picked up when I have a busy day ahead. You can't do that to me. I need to know what's happening 12 hours in advance. Oh yes, a fellow person in the spectrum. I am very autistic. Can you tell? Can you tell? Chat, can you tell? Can you tell? This minute shit drives me, especially when my old car is being grumpy as fuck. I don't deal well with uncertainty, especially when I'm expected to drive. It is something that takes a lot of energy for me. I can be a little bit more, you know, no, that's not even true. I really like knowing what my plans for the day are, for the next day are the night before. If I don't know what my plans for like, tomorrow are the night before, I kind of freak out. Especially if I have entire days to myself, I set schedules, I have routines. I physically write down what my rough planned schedule is for the next day, and I can deviate from it a little bit when I'm alone. But if I am like picking up and driving folks, this is actually a thing that a lot of my friends have seen me do, especially for bigger trips. I'll say, okay, I'm going to pick you up at this time. We're going to drive over to this other friend's place, and we'll pick them up estimated between this time range. And if they're not ready within that time range, I'm fucking leaving, going to the next person to pick them up within this time range. Because I need it all to go boom, 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 boom. I can't do uncertainty. I cannot deviate from the plan. Love that. Just use this shit out for some Dasani water bottles. Yeah, it's great. I love my hydrate regime. It's peak. I need to know what I'm doing the next day, the night beforehand. And if it is the night beforehand and you have not filled me in on the plan, fuck you. You know? So I was very stressed over that Monday night, had a little bit of a panic attack. Luckily, I'm fine now. Like I said, the worst of it is over. The worst of moving is done. All of the stuff has been moved in here. I just have a little bit more organization to do in my own room, and aside of that, all's good. All's chill. I live here now. It was a rough week. I'm so excited though to be back, to be streaming, to be creating. I feel so bad for the lack of streams this past week. I've missed you guys. I've really missed you guys. Hello, Vexcal. Thank you for the resub. How are you? I really missed y'all. I really missed creating. It was so weird, like, not having any streams to do for a bit. Great to finally see you and hear your voice again, but I gotta rush off and get some Piba in you. No worries, no worries. Please take care of yourself, get some food in you, get some rest, self-care, water, all that bullshit. It is always so lovely to see you. We gotta plan something coming up soon. Especially now that I'm in the new space, we gotta plan something. Hello, Good Humor Gaming. Is your bookcase a bully? Oh, I have a bookshelf now! I'm so excited about the bookshelf. It makes me so happy. Glad you're happy. Hope the good vibes hit you well. Thank you. I appreciate it. What about twinks? I'm a twink. I'm a twink. Chat. I'm a twink. We know this. Got my subathon next month so we can make plans come to light soon if you'd like. Oh, fuck yeah. I would love to. I would love to join you at some point in your subathon. Absolutely. Is Wonder okay if she ran over by the U-Haul? Yeah, I was on VC with her like right before this. Hey, Wonder, are you listening? Can you tell chat that you're okay? I'm definitely not holding her by gunpoint. Slimbo, I'm a twink. Fuck you. I'm a twink. Congrats on the successful move. Thank you, Vixen Dragon. I appreciate it. I'm really proud. Chat, I feel like an adult. I feel like a semi-functional adult. And I'm proud of that. Wonder, are you alive? She's fine, chat. She's fine. I promise that Wonder is not dead and I did not kill her. U-Hauls don't hurt that much. Getting hit by a U-Haul doesn't hurt that much. I did not take Wonder out back and shoot her in the head. I did not do that. Remember when I moved into this house? Makes me feel like I aged 5 years all of a sudden. Yeah, I'll be honest. A lot of the stuff that just happened to me in the last 2 years, basically everything since becoming homeless has like aged me mentally massively. I went from feeling like I was still 19, like I hadn't progressed at all in life, to, you know, becoming homeless, escaping homelessness. Now I've moved into a new place, a good while after escaping. I feel like I've aged a lot mentally, but I'm honestly really glad for it. I'm honestly really, really glad for it. I'm feeling like more of a person. I'm really happy with my life. I'm starting to feel like I know what I'm doing. Hard to feel young, paying your taxes and electricity for the house. Yeah, that'll do it, that'll do it. Like, I was talking about this recently, that more and more I find myself kind of struggling to maintain friendships with people, who have never, like, worked a full-time job or, worked a job while doing school, things like that. Essentially, I really struggle, I think what it is, I struggle to maintain friendships with people who, like, are working part-time living with their family, who haven't carried responsibility or been busy. There is a certain level of, I don't want to necessarily say maturity, because jobs overwork us. Most jobs massively overwork us, push us to our physical limits, and that's just kind of almost an expected piece of existing in society. And I think that's evil and shitty, and I think there's a certain amount of jadedness that I don't believe should be part of, like, lived experience. But there's absolutely a level of maturity that being busy and having responsibility forces onto you. And I've been finding it harder to engage with people who don't have that. I found it harder recently in my life to maintain strong relationships with people who are working part-time and living with their family and doing nothing else. Part of it is the lack of motion in their lives. Part of it is just that, like, they struggle to understand why I can't... How do I say this? A lot of them have really high expectations of me and how much I'm supposed to extend for them. And there's a certain amount of resilience, especially emotionally, you are forced to gain when you know no matter what, you gotta get up and go to work tomorrow. You know? It's the lack of effort put into your future and the lack of respect for other people's time, space, and energy that makes it harder for me to get along with folks who live less than me, if that makes sense. Lack of struggle creates a different perspective in people. Yeah, I don't want to say it's about, like, you know, not having struggled enough, but part of it is. But yeah, that's the thing I've been learning about myself recently, you know? That's the thing I've been learning. Because I don't think anyone should have to struggle this much. I don't think anyone should have to work. I think, chat, I don't think anyone should have to work 40 hours a week, let alone more. No one should have to juggle 2 part-time jobs or bust their ass at a 9 to 5 in order to survive. I would love to live in a world where a 20 or 30 hour work week is standard, wherein people struggle less because they have the resources they need. There's definitely a level of overexhaustion that most of us experience most of the time that I think is shit. And I don't like it. But there's on the other end a certain level of privilege and comfort and lack of struggle that I think makes a less mature person. And I struggle to interact with that these days, straight up, you know? It's so much more fun when you have others living in your house that don't have somewhere to live or food to eat if you stop. No kids, I adopt adults. Real and valid. Same, I call them my wives. I gotta visit you sometime soon, Good Hubert Gaming. I gotta. Haven't struggled through my entire life. I can tell you it does make people shitty. Like, there's a balance there, you know? There's a balance there. I don't think people should struggle nearly as much as they do. But I do think if you've spent your whole life in a comfortable, cushy position where you've never had to struggle, I think that it does breed a kind of person who struggles to understand the boundaries and limitations of others. And it's a thing I struggle with. It's complicated, but we make it work. Hey, if it works, and I'm proud of you. Well, ultimately, I just want other people to be happy and secure. Whatever that means. I have a friend in Spain, and I think he said they get a month off of work. I've heard something like that before. I think... I forget what country it is, but there's some country where there's like an entire month where they just don't work. And God, I wish. Imagine if there was just a month where, like, you didn't have to work. That'd be beautiful. I mean, so many people who haven't ever been uncomfortable, not just in a working way, but in general, and it's interesting to interact with them, yeah. Especially as someone for whom, like, transgression is such a core part of my selfhood and identity, being perfectly honest. Like, a big part of my identity as a person is pushing boundaries and making others uncomfortable and challenging people. I want to make art that makes people think. Something I want to do more with my videos going forward is to make points that some people might balk at a little bit. Chat, I haven't talked about this publicly yet, mostly because I have only decided that I am actually going to do it relatively recently. But I Don't Regret Girlhood was the first in a series of videos. I Don't Regret Girlhood was a deconstruction of gendered childhood, and of my own relationship with girlhood. And it is a standalone video that, you know, works on its own. But it's the first in a series. Hopefully, a month and a half from now, you're going to see a second video that's going to be about the nature of passing and a deconstruction of masculinity. And then in a year from now, you're going to get a gender abolitionist think piece. This is all building up, chat. I'm about to make 2 videos where I talk about, like, just gendered archetypes and childhood and deconstruct them. And then I'm going to hit you with gender abolitionist bullshit. Chat, imagine someone made a video essay deconstructing and recontextualizing gender childhood and then hit you with the fact they were gender abolitionists the entire time. I'm very excited to drop that shit. Hello, Claude. How are you doing today? I'm in my new space now. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you? How was house hunting today? I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I am hoping to finish the script for my AI video soon, so I can spend June focusing full force on the gender abolition video, but we'll see. I need to admittedly spend less time yapping with my roommate. Congrats on the new place while I'm around. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'm going to finish unpacking and organizing my stuff like tonight or tomorrow, and I'll be able to like focus on that tomorrow. Been trying to make an indie game in hopes it'll at least make a little bit of passive income. Good luck. I will say, don't do any kind of art assuming you're going to get rich off of it. Chat, never take on especially a long-term creative project expecting to make money off of it. I put months of my life into my YouTube videos and they make like a few dollars a piece. Wasn't ever uncomfortable in many ways as a child. It was sucky. The ways in which I behaved because my parents protected me really hurt me being able to interact with others. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you've never been uncomfortable, then you balk at others when they make you uncomfortable. And you become someone who takes being challenged as a personal attack, I think is what it is, you know? I think there's value in learning how to navigate discomfort. But no, I want to make art that makes people uncomfortable. I want to make art that challenges people. I want to make 2 video essays where I talk about transness and start to deconstruct it before hitting you with the gender abolitionist piece, because I know a lot of trans people are going to be uncomfortable. A lot of trans people are very uncomfortable with gender abolition. And I want to build up rapport as someone who can talk meaningfully on the trans experience if we're talking about this really uncomfortable but really fascinating notion. I like gender abolitionism, but I understand it's not for everyone, especially for a lot of like binary trans people. But I think it's something that is worth discussing. I think there's some good ideas in there. So gender abolition is the deconstruction of gendered archetypes and performances. It is not to say that you don't have an internal gender identity, but it is to say, it's basically get rid of the idea of gendered clothing, get rid of the idea of gendered hobbies, get rid of all of the archetypes that build up gender. Gender just becomes an identity, not something that you perform. And a lot of binary trans people don't fuck with that because for them, they put a lot of value and stake into the performance of gender. A lot of when I talk about gender abolition, a lot of trans people, a lot of like trans femme people go, oh, but I like makeup and dresses, and I don't like the idea of those becoming a not feminine thing. And a lot of, you know, trans masc people go, well, I don't like the idea of the things I love no longer being masculine. But I think there is value in deconstructing that. Over the last few years, I've slowly been embodying gender abolition. Hell fucking yeah. It's definitely a very non-binary perspective, but I am non-binary. Hello, Mopsarilla, thank you for the raid. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi there. Hello, I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastion on the internet. You'll find me talking queer and leftist issues. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. It's a pleasure to meet ya. It's my first stream back after moving. I'm in a new apartment. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Bark by bites. Forgot my raid message? That's how it goes sometimes. Hey, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. You found someone who was so uncomfortable with the idea in me, so you got a target practice dummy? Yeah, real and valid. And it's okay to be uncomfortable with it, absolutely. But I think there's value in talking about ideas even if they make us uncomfortable, you know? I find it very difficult. It's very difficult for people to think that way, but it just speaks to how ingrained in society these things are at times. Absolutely. Exactly, Gracie. Oh, did you rebrand pizza? I didn't realize you changed your username. Congratulations. Did some Warframe, so happy to finally be able to stream again. Yeah, congrats on being back to streaming. I didn't realize you changed your username. It's lovely to see you. Would you like me to still call you Pizza, or do you want me to call you Moff? Let me know. As a non-binary trans man who loves skirts and swish and makeup go fun, fuck yeah. And here's the thing. I am someone who finds a lot of my identity in transgression. And in an actual gender abolitionist society, I'm kind of left with nothing. You know? In an actual gender abolitionist society, as someone who founds my identity in transgression, I feel like a lot of my identity kind of disappears. But I still think it's an ideal that I want to fight for, even if it kind of harms the roots of my own identity. I talk a lot about how, like, part of the intention of punk is that eventually there's nothing left to be punk about. At a certain point, I hope the day comes where we have deconstructed these power structures and we have resisted hard enough that there's no point to being punk anymore, to a point where it just becomes a genre and a fashion. Because we've destroyed all of these hierarchies and all of these things that we fight back against. And I feel the same way sometimes about my gender. What happens... Because my identity is very founded in transgression. What happens to me when there's nothing left to transgress against? And that's part of what that video is going to be about. When the day comes. Does the cat have any issues with the guinea pig living in its house? Well, first of all, I'm not a guinea pig. But no, he loves me. He loves me. Bro's gender is a problem? Yes. Yes. I do, like, I am definitely non-binary, but I very intentionally in my identity lean into elements of transgression. It's an interesting question that I think about sometimes. Non-binary? Yeah. Yeah. I'm non-binary. I have no beans in me. Chat, there's a lack of beans inside my body right now. When I said that, I was not expecting so much confidence, specifically using them as an example. Okay, let me catch up on this real quickly, actually. No bean fairy? Yeah, no bean fairy. This is really funny given, in Celtic, ben, which is, you know, spelled like bean, ben means woman. Which means you would taste like beans if I boiled you. No. Don't boil me. Chat, banshee? Banshee. You know the term banshee. Banshee is a, what's the word? What's the word when you, like, take a word and you Americanize it and, like, pronounce it? And there's a word for it. There's a word for, when you borrow a word but change the pronunciation in the new language in order to, like, fit the ways in which words are said in that language. In any case, I guess Anglicization, that's more when it comes to letters and spellings. But I guess for lack of a better term, angelization. Banshee is an angelization of Banshee from, like, you know, Irish, which just means woman fairy. Banshee. It's a she. I always miss that part. But yeah, it means woman fairy. You're welcome. Banshee just means woman fairy. In any case, there's an ad about to hit. I'm gonna real quickly turn the lights on while the ad's running. Thank you so much for the follow, Foxy Ivory. Bark my bite. What about the beans from your paws? Okay, maybe I have a couple beans in me. Also, noted pizza. I appreciate you. Bark my bite. Congrats on the new username, genuinely. Branding's hard. Beanless twink knows words. I know words. I'm very good at words. I'm very good at words. Don't think there's a specific term for okay, give me a second. Help me out, Wiktionary. Give me a second. Fuck. They don't have it here. Maybe if I go to Wikipedia. I swear there's a term for this. I swear there's a word for this. I swear there's a word for this. Yeah, I can't find it. I swear there's a word for this, but I can't find it. Give me a second. I gotta turn the light on. It's starting to get dark here. The sun's setting right now. It's 8 p.m., which means the sun's setting. Alright. empty. I'm gonna finish these 2 drinks off real quick, and then I'm going to throw the cans out. Alright, I'll be right back. Linguistic nationalism? No, it's similar to Anglicization. It's similar. I don't remember the word. Give me a second. I'm gonna throw these cans out. I'll be right back. Chat, I looked around to see if I could find Boozle, and he is not in the proximity, and I'm very sad. Words are fun. Words are fun. Big etymology nerd. I enjoy linguistics. Big linguistics. I want a monster so bad. See, okay, for a second I forgot that Monster Energy drinks existed. That said, fuck Coke. Chat, fuck Coca-Cola. Big said no Boozle. Yeah, y'all will get to say hi to Boozle eventually. I'll make sure of it. Chat, fuck Coca-Cola for being a Zionist, shit-ass company. Fuck them. Do do do. Anglicization is cultural assimilation to English culture. Okay, okay. It might just be Anglicization in that case. Oh, it is Anglicization. I was thinking of Romanization. I was confusing Anglicization and Anglicization and Romanization. Apologies. Yes, it is Anglicization that I was speaking about. I am doing my best. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Hi. I moved to Dr. Pepper lately, and it's dominating our local soda aisle to a shocking degree. I'm glad to hear it. Hello, Check for Charlie. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the follow. Barper by Bite. Try and chase the crown. They'll never have being the dude, bro, strongman, big muscle energy drink for top guys who have sex. That was a sentence. I didn't know where that sentence was going. Who makes Dr. Pepper again? I don't fucking know, but it's not Coke or Pepsi, you know? It's not Coke or Pepsi. Hello, Ginga, lovely to see you. Barper bye bye. Nah, fuck Coke. Like, fuck them as a company. Chat, can I? Okay, this is a ramble. This is a pointless ramble. It endlessly pisses me off, especially around food. How many companies are just pretending to be other companies, you know? Particularly the way, for example, that like Coca-Cola and Pepsi buy up other brands and now they own them and now they try to pretend this is not a Coke product or not a Pepsi product. But we all know. We all know. Or rather, we don't all know. They try to hide it, especially with the energy drinks for some reason. But for example, like, I think Coca-Cola just released an Alani competitor called Flirt. Why do I know so much about energy drinks? Don't worry about it. But fuck Coca-Cola as a company. I hate how often I find out that products I enjoy are Coca-Cola products, and they try really hard to not let you know about it. Personally, companies by company sounds like a bit like a monopoly. No, like, the drinks aisle is dominated by 2.5 companies. The drinks aisle is dominated by Coke, Pepsi, and then the 0.5 is whoever the fuck owns Dr. Pepper. You know? Hello, Louvier, lovely to see you. Barber bye bye. There's like a couple smaller companies in there, but like those 2.5, those are the big ones. Yeah, they keep out small businesses, they keep out independents, and they really try to trick you into believing you have the illusion of choice. It's insane. My university's food outlets are basically sponsored by Coke, but since all the juices are Minute Maid, it's not Coke. And fuck Coke! They're Zionist pieces of shit responsible for so much murder. They are complicit in genocide. Here's your reminder, Chad. This is not like far off history, to be very clear. I honestly don't give as much of a fuck about like far off history. No, this is happening in this day and age. Coca-Cola is complicit in genocide. Fuck them. Fuck them. You vote with your money, but there's only one option? Yeah. You vote with your money, but there's 3 options and they're all Zionists. You know? You vote with your dollar, but there's 3 options and they're all Zionists. Hello, Wolf. Lovely to see you. Barper bite bite. Fuck Coke. You have the freedom to choose between the choices they give you. Exactly. I just buy store brand soda. Yes, same, but unfortunately I'm poor, so I'm frequently going to Walmart, so it's not that great either. Drink a lot of local sodas. Okay, particularly when it comes to alcohol, I want to rely more on local companies. I found a couple like local breweries and whatnot that produce some actually pretty good shit. There's a Gainesville based brewery that makes a couple IPAs that I really like. I need to stock up on those. Alternative to Dr. Pepper is Big Red. Not familiar, never heard of it before. Don't really drink soda. Real and valid. Unfortunately, this is not an issue exclusive to the drinks aisle. Nestle owns everything. Chat, Nestle owns probably about 50% of your local supermarket. Fuck Nestle. Don't like beer, but apparently have some fantastic local breweries. Hell yeah, glad to hear it. There's some good ones in Jacksonville. Was that year ago? Don't recall the names. Damn, if you ever recall them, let me know. Let me know, because I'm absolutely down to support Florida-based businesses. Side note, love the regional store brands for having not Mountain Dew and not Dr. Pepper. Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad that they have alternatives. Why can't you enjoy anything but supporting a godless heathen of a company? Because they intentionally want to hide it to you, and because also most rich people are evil. You know? I don't believe in any such thing as inherent evil, but capitalism inherently breeds, for lack of better term, antisocial behavior. Capitalism and the existence of power and the fact that you can accumulate power within it breeds a certain amount of lack of care for others, and individualistic, greedy behavior that drives like anyone who is a fucking multimillionaire to be a piece of shit. You cannot become a multimillionaire without stepping on other people. You cannot become a multimillionaire without stepping on the rights and well-being of others. Which is a large part of why I'm a fucking anti-capitalist. It's why I'm a dirty commie. Oh, hello, Rowan! Bye. Lovely to see you! Had to be the shit of my Wi-Fi. Hey, it'd be like that sometimes. I'm surprised my internet hasn't had any issues yet this stream. I'm very pleasantly surprised. Literally doesn't work any other way. Fuck the system. No, when capitalism intentionally breeds shitty behavior, I think at a certain point we need to accept that the system is functioning as intended and give something else a fucking try, because this ain't working. Like, I hate how often people go, oh, communism would never work. Communism makes people poor. Points at capitalism. Points at the rising homeless populations that they're trying to force out of your cities via violent tactics. People are suffering now. Power corrupts? Absolutely. Tried playing Diplomacy, Ruthless Wargame for the first time recently, despite trying to play nice. The bigger I got, the more subconsciously mean I got. Yeah. I do believe that the vast majority of people are good. I believe that humans are, if not inherently, lean towards altruistic behavior. If not inherently good, because I know some people take problem with that phrasing. I do believe that people are naturally altruistic, and that the majority of people without external influence, the majority of time, would do good. But capitalism and authoritarianism are systems that breed corrupt individualistic behavior. You know? I I believe that in a vacuum, if bad behavior was not taught, the majority of people would choose to act altruistically. And I believe with that knowledge, we can design worlds wherein people have the opportunity to be altruistic. There's mass confusion of the terms communism, Stalinism, etc., etc. Yeah, yeah. The Red Scare is still well and alive, motherfuckers. What's your opinion on the theory that all revolutions were not started by the poor, but rather members of the rich that fell out of favor, felt disenfranchised? I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I mean, I will say, you know what? If a formerly wealthy person, or hell, a like former right-winger wants to join our fight and help us out, I will accept them with open arms. I am someone who is very willing to accept change and improvement in others, and I believe that if we are unwilling to accept that others are capable of improving and changing, then we're no better than the fucking cops. For rehabilitative justice to function, we need to accept that people are capable of change. But I also don't buy that. You know, hello Mizutaku, lovely to see you. Right, sorry if I'm missing anyone's names. Apologies. A lot of folks here. I'm adjusting back to being back to streaming. It's been a hot minute. Bye. Redemption cannot hold bias. Yeah, like if some formerly rich fuck who got screwed over decides that they're a hardcore leftist now, cool. Thumbs up. Welcome to the party. As long as people are willing to show demonstrable change, then I am willing to accept that they have changed. I believe strongly in rehabilitation. Thank you for the scuff, by the way. And for the hydrate. Thank you, Claude. I have a 64-ounce water bottle next to me. You'll be very pleased to know. But I do believe people are capable of change, that people are capable of being better. I think the internet in particular has done a lot of damage for our ability to perceive change in others, because when everything a person has ever done or posted is presented as if it is current and ongoing and relevant, it's really hard to see change if you aren't actively looking for it. But I do believe that change is a thing that can happen and can be fostered, and if we aren't willing to accept that others can change, how are we better than the cops? If we continue to hold people responsible for things they did a decade ago, when they have shown a willingness and desire to change, what the fuck are we doing? And that's not to say that we need to personally forgive our abusers, but they deserve the opportunities to move on and live their lives, you know? Repost Mountain Dew code red, not Dr. Pepper. Oh, no worries. All good. In any case. Thank you, Father, for the hydrate. And the pride. I think billionaires generally just have their money taken away and given an ordinary apartment, an ordinary job, and see if that's some sort of harsh punishment. If they see that's some sort of harsh punishment, that's their issue. Yeah, that's fair. Big agree, we have to believe in the capacity of change in humanity. Yeah. I was having this conversation with my roommate last night because we were watching some shit that was filmed back in 2017. We were watching a show back then, and we were kind of balking a little bit about the fact that they had some kind of pro-cop shit in the show. And these were like some smaller content creators doing their own little independent show. And they said some pro-cop shit, and I had to take a moment and remind myself that, like, no, this was filmed in 2017. This was pre-COVID. 2020 was a very big turning point for a lot of people's political views. I became an anarchist in 2020, being dead ass. I am gonna be playing Vintage later, yes. Probably around the 3-hour mark. Like, I was radicalized in 2020. There's a lot of people who in the last 6 years had their kind of moment of coming to. This was filmed back in 2017, and I want to hope and believe, and would love to. I don't know if they have changed. I haven't looked into it yet, but I would want to hope and think and fully believe it's possible that in the last 9 years these people have changed their tune. You know? I feel like my balls get obliterated hearing this phrase as 2017 was a while ago. Yeah, it was 9 years ago. feel like my radicalization started in 2015. For context and reference, I'm 24. I was in 2020, I was 18 turning 19. It was when I properly got radicalized. I was already leftist leaning, but I properly became an anarchist at that point, you know? I don't think I knew enough about politics to give myself a label back then. I was probably like a democratic socialist or something similar back then, and then 2020 is what made me an anarchist. Very aware I'm one of the people who got ahead of the curve on ACAB due to the Ferguson protests and such. Yeah, that's real. And part of it has to do with what you're exposed to and how old you are, etc, etc, etc. But no, like, it's okay. When are you becoming a Marxist-Leninist? No thanks. I don't trust authority. I could never. I have zero trust in centralized authority. That's because I'm mentally ill. It does seem like roughly every 5 to 10 years there's a big event that radicalizes more people. I would say roughly every 5 years there's another big event that radicalizes a lot of people. At least recently. But no, I fully believe that, like, we need to be able to accept that people are capable of change and be willing to see change in them. I think that's a fundamental part of how we're going to create change. And so when I consume content or media or see things or hear about the actions people did, you know, 5-10 years ago, I have hope. I'm 23, but philosophy and psychology was where I was really into when I was younger. Yeah, real and valid, real and valid. Don't understand anarchism, to be honest, just don't see how that realistically works. We engage in small acts of everyday anarchism on a constant basis. I look at, like, the nature of open source software. I look at all these little spaces where we make it work. And ultimately, none of the professionals who know their way around certain systems disappear in an anarchist society. Realistically, it functions more like a very direct democracy in a lot of ways. Personally, I'll admit, I'm of the mind that I think the world needs to function in smaller spheres and be more locally managed and directed. I think the world's a little bit too industrialized, if I'm so honest. I think we need a little bit less industrialism. I think we could stand to pull back on a little bit of this shit. But that's just me. I admit there are certain difficulties and even some critiques I have of anarchism, but it's the best solution I found, and I do believe it is possible. You know? I believe it is possible. I don't know if I have the words to properly articulate it right now, and that's one of those questions I've struggled to articulate to folks in the past. I definitely want to see what words and phrasing and whatnot other anarchists use. But it's the worldview I believe in. We have local community-run food pantries that are stocked to overflowing daily for no gain other than keeping the community fed. People absolutely do good for the sake of good. Yeah. I'm not an anarcho-primitivist, to be perfectly clear, but I do think that industrialism has gone a little bit too far. I would love to see an anarchist video from you someday. I want to make more leftist-leaning content. Which is not to say that I'm not going to make videos talking about trans issues, but I want the bulk of my video essays eventually to be leftist and anarchist shit. Initially, I wanted to do, like, queer and leftist takes on video games, on retro games, but I think I've shifted more into, like, I want to do weird deep dives into subjects from leftist perspective. So my next video is talking about the digital immortality industry from the lens of necroviolence, and it's very much an anti-Gen AI piece. I want to eventually do a video talking about the nature of digital protests and how we can better utilize online spaces as a means of creating change, because what we're doing now in online spaces is not fucking useful half the time. I have a whole... Let me grab my list. Where's my list? One sec. Today we're torching a Coca-Cola factory, but first, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe! As growing up in a blue-collar son to a commie dad who's a very strong union man, very active and love to strike, always been commie, but the very last 13 years have become more active politically, real and valid. Again, like, my point is I don't think we should judge people off from their actions of the far past. Some people did grow up always leftist, a lot of people didn't, and I am happy to accept and see change in others. Okay, I'm gonna read through some of my video essay ideas here. Okay. Wizard 101 in the politics of dogs. I need to explain this one. This is about, okay, in Wizard 101, there's an entire world occupied by dog people. The dog people do a colonialism. And it's a dig into the ways in which, well, both the roles in which dogs played in like actual colonialist efforts, as well as the ways in which dogs function as political symbols. It's a very, very specific video. It is, you know, chat, when you think of a police dog, what do you think of? You think of a German Shepherd. You think of a German Shepherd. It is a dig into the ways that dogs function as political symbols, and the way they're conceptualized, which is it's not a very, like, active video that changes anything, but I think it's fascinating. It's a very specific video. One sec, let me pull up some of my other ideas. Queering death, which is a dig into queer death anthropology, and what it means to die while queer. It's another necropolitics video. It's gonna dig into community, the ways in which queer community is organized, and the ways in which we react to death, because, like, queer death is not something that is quiet. Queer death is celebrated very loudly, publicly, often in online spaces, and through the use of figureheads. That's a whole thing I have a lot of thoughts on. Where's the Silent Hill 4 has never been more relevant, which is about the loneliness epidemic and about the ways in which our perception of media can change and shift based off our current cultural context. It is very much a death of the author piece, as well as a discussion on, like, what it means to exist in a post-COVID world. Toontown Disney and Corporate Anti-Capitalism. That's a working title. I need a better name for that one, but it's about how Disney made an anti-capitalist fucking game and digging into the weird mixed messaging of it. Because I find that fucking fascinating. I want to do a leftist analysis of theme park culture. And discuss what broke theme park magic for me, which is a very relevant video to me as someone who lives in Florida. Must sleep a good chatting? No worries, Joe. You take care. Bark bye bye. I live in Florida. I've grown up around theme parks. I hate theme park culture. I fucking hate theme park culture. And I want to do a leftist deconstruction of theme park culture. I want to talk about rage as a weapon. I want to talk about the importance of anger, because so often I think anger is conceptualized as being this inherently negative emotion, when I think it is a very important emotion that I was denied for much of my life. I want to talk about how anger is oftentimes this kind of villainized emotion that is not given space or respect, and how it is a very vital tool in our efforts. I want to make a video that's about art as praxis, that I want to call it "This Video Kills Fascists," because obligatory Woody Guthrie reference. I want to talk about the ways in which fascists shut down art that is deemed degenerate or threatening, and use that as an excuse to talk about art as practice. This is a weird one. Parasociality is good, actually. That's a working title for a video I want to release eventually, which is basically talking about the streamer-creator relationship. That's a less leftist one. It's more on the talking about art side of things, but I like it. I think that title would be really funny. I want to talk about the history of digital archival, particularly of like queer and leftist projects. There are so many digital archives that are centered around anarchism and queerness and weird indie designs and art of the late 90s and early 2000s, most of which are dead and inaccessible, and I want to talk about the history of them. I want to like bring up a few case studies. There's like the Spunk Library, which is the first ever digital archive of anarchist literature. There's the e-text archives. I want to talk about a bunch of those projects because they're really influential to me. You Can't Outrun Fascism, a video essay about how you can't outrun fascism. Yeah, I know the Anarchist Library is the most common modern one, but the... Okay, one sec. Let me pull up my shit on the Spunk Library real quick. The Spunk Library is you can still access some of it. It's a little bit dead, but this was the first ever digital archive of anarchist literature. It was founded in 1992. 1992. And it functioned only up until about 2000. But it is the earliest known archive of anarchist literature. And I want to talk about the history of digital archival, especially in queer and leftist communities. This is a project that's very important to me. Also, because I know the name has already been pointed out, it had nothing to do with semen. It had nothing to do with semen. They have an entire page about it. Anger is such an interesting emotion to me. I've spent most of my life angry in some way, and it sounds like a miserable existence, but actually quite varied and multifaceted for being one emotion. I think anger is really important and valuable. But yeah, no, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings. Why are you saying 1992 like that? Because I was born in 2001. And I just aged Chat, I was born after 9/11. I was born after 9/11. I'm waiting for the psychic damage to hit. Hello, Jester. Lovely to see you. Hello, Celestial Muffin. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I was born after 9/11. It's not real. Nobody was born that recently. Shut up. Fuck you. I found out that one of my friends was born in 2005 the other day, and it did psychic damage to me, so I'm starting to understand. You're younger than my brother, Suffer. You're younger than US most famous false flag attack on themselves. I was born 4 years and 11 days after 9/11. Don't... That's giving me a little bit too much detail on your age. Okay, I'm running the math right now and you're an adult, thank God. That scared me for a second. I got very scared you were a child for a second. I have to remind myself sometimes that people born in 2005 are adults. I get psychic damage when I remember the people born in 2005 are adults. Being from 1987, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you. I'm 23. I'm 24. I forgot my age. I'm 24. I don't like this. FYI, if you were born in early 2008, you're 18 now. I don't like this. This bothers me. I'm long past the point of accepting most of the people I meet on Twitch are up to a decade younger than me. Chat, most of my audience is older than me, fun fact. The majority of my audience is 25 plus, which means you're mostly older than me. And I find that really funny. I find that really funny. I don't remember Hurricane Andrew. One sec, when was Hurricane Andrew? Hurricane Andrew... Jesus! 1992! People are old. No, yeah, I realize part of why my audience is so much older than me is because I give off energy that's older than me. That's also part of why my roommate agreed to get a place with me, because my roommate's 29. part of why they agreed to get a place with me is because I kind of have my shit together enough and have the maturity. I have maturity. I have more maturity than most people my age, which I know is very much a red flag when you say that to a kid, but it's very true once you start dealing with like adults, that there's a certain amount of maturity that comes with from life experience, and having gone through homelessness and fought my way out of homelessness and worked jobs and shit like that, I have a level of maturity that a lot of people my age and younger tend to lack. Used to be the young one in the internet spaces they're lurking, but now the age gap inverted. Congratulations, Asuno Tenchi. Proud of you. Barber by bite. But no, a lot of people, when they just hear the way I talk and see the way I compose myself, tend to, at least initially, assume that I am in my late 20s. I'm 24. I misspoke earlier. I'm 24 now, and I keep forgetting that. But yeah, when people hear the way I talk and how I compose myself in most online spaces and how I run my channel, especially, people assume I'm like in my late 20s. Nah. I will say I'm baby face, so when people meet me face to face, they're still assuming I'm like fucking 19 for some reason, and that kind of sucks, but you know. I actually regularly have people ask how old I am when I ask for their Instagram handles, because they assume that I'm like 19 and they don't want to be grabbing the contact info of a 19-year-olds. It's kind of funny. I have hardcore baby face. It sucks. Yeah, no, like a lot of people don't befriend me because I look as young as I do. Me and A basically the same person at this point. Yeah. Autism does that. I think I've noticed a lot of people I'm younger than. So I think the reason I come across as older is because I'm able to talk maturely about things like employment and also about politics. I think the fact that I'm able to talk as maturely as I do on a lot of these complex subjects is part of it. Jester, hasn't he been saying that for like months? No, that's not me being dismissive, to be clear. That's not me being dismissive. I'm pretty sure that's been a thing for a while. That's not me being like, don't bring that up. I'm just like, hasn't he been saying that for a while? One of the reasons I refuse to even shave my beard is because I look like a child without it. Damn. Also, I'm glad to be the exception to your normal rule around friends. Bark more by mine. Yeah, let's be honest. I would not trust half of what Trump says. He'll walk it back in 2 days. If I can be so deadass, Trump at this point is definitely dealing with neurodegenerative disease of some sort, and he's already someone who just speaks very impulsively and embellishes a lot, but I don't think he even remembers half of what comes out of his mouth right now. I don't think he understands half of what comes out of his mouth right now. He said the same to Alberta. Yeah. Not surprised. That's the thing, like, okay. A lot of people hear Trump say stuff and immediately kind of freak out about it. He's not gonna do half of what he says because he is not conscious. He is something that's affecting his prefrontal cortex for sure, which I don't say is an insult, but it's mostly the reassurance that, like, yeah, a lot of what he says is scary. I wouldn't believe he's actually gonna do half of what he says, you know. But he's not currently taking like the military action he was threatening and shit. Like he talks a big game and doesn't follow through on most of what he says. And I'm pretty sure a lot of what he says is him fucking repeating what, like, a bunch of tech execs are whispering in his ear and shit. Like, he's not... I don't think he is capable of following through on a lot of the threats he makes. Now, when things actually start to get on paper, that's when we have to be worried. When we actually have legal documents coming out and getting approved and getting passed, that's when you have to worry to some extent. The new CT says they're going to... Okay. I want to live react to that document. how do I say this? This is very scary. The anti-terrorism document is very scary. I want to urge people not to panic too much and to how do I say, be very, how do I say this? I try to be very careful and accurate in my reporting on things. I just want to urge people to not panic too much, because while the new anti-terrorism directive is really fucking scary and very indicative of a fascist state and intentional efforts to shut down political dissidents, I think it is primarily going to be used to talk up, at least at this current point in stage, to talk up a threat and to be able to claim that specific actions are terrorist in nature, you know? I want to live react to that document at some point tonight. See, how do I say? Most of his big fist military bullshit is him trying to do the weird macho America caca bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Like, the one comfort I have with Trump is that he's too stupid to do a lot of the things that he wants to do. You know, that's my one comfort when it comes to Trump. He is too stupid to do a lot of the shit that he wants to do. Being dead ass. He cannot pull off a lot of what he wants. And that's why I urge people a lot of the time to not panic. Most of what Trump does is avail. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That said, scary. For a split second, I was reconsidering starting T because of the directive, but then it was like, if I'm considered a terrorist now, it is what it is. I'll just figure out how to move to... Okay. I will say, you cannot outrun fascism. Canada also has a rising tide of right-wing bullshit and fascism. Canada's not safe. You can't outrun fascism, but... trying to do a soft power takeover of Greenland right now. Whatever they're trying to... We think it's soft power move, but it's a very weird way of doing it. I should probably do more research into that situation then, because I haven't really kept up with what's going on over there, and I would be happy for any resources. If you do have any proper resources. How do I say? A lot of people, because of the current, especially a lot of trans people, because of like the current ongoing political state of things, are very scared of transitioning and whatnot. And that's actually what I made a video about recently. Okay, sorry. One sec. My brain's getting a little bit disorganized. Context for those who are newer around here. Hi, I'm schizoaffective. And while I am medicated and have the tools I need, I deal with disorganized thoughts as a pretty strong symptom, so sometimes my thoughts get a bit jumbled. Give me a second. Big stretch. I need to get my thoughts in order. Okay. Because I'm having like two different conversations at once, my brain got a little bit disorganized. Okay. In response to Wolf, I'm not saying that I don't believe you. I do believe that this is happening. I'm admitting that I have not done enough research to know about it. And this is not me saying that I don't take your word for it. I'm just looking for, like, stuff that I can read later to get more information. So if you have, for example, specific example cases or even news articles relevant to this, I'd be very curious. Because, like, I do not have enough information on this. That's no pressure, but if you're welcome to, like, at me later if you do have anything on hand. And I would very much be happy to learn more about this. This is me saying I'm recognizing a hole in my knowledge and I want to learn more. And I want more detail. Not because I don't trust you, just because I want to have a better scope of the situation. What else did I need to address? Barbara bye-bye. Oh, right. Okay. there are a lot of trans people in this day and age that are very scared to transition. Largely because of everything going on with the government. People being scared they're going to get labeled a terrorist, or that it's going to get them killed and harassed in the streets, or that their access is going to be taken away at some point, so what's the point? And those are ideologies I really strongly want to fight back against. I don't talk about this much, but I pretty regularly get DMs and comments from younger trans folk who are dealing with hopelessness or suicidality. And it is a scary thing to do. And I'll be so honest, I don't respond to a lot of those DMs and comments because I can't. I don't think it is my space. I don't think it is appropriate. I do not think I can afford to stress myself out over that. As much as I wish I could help everyone who needs it, I cannot be hopping in the DMs, especially of, like, fucking kids who are having crises. It's not my job, it's not my space. I don't have the spoons, and I don't want to be DMing with fucking minors unless it is absolutely fucking necessary. You know? I would like to keep my direct interaction with children to a minimum. But I very frequently see these comments and get these messages, and it really worries me the number of kids, especially, who feel really fucking hopeless. Trans adults, too. But I want to urge people to believe that transition is still necessary, even in a country and in a world that is going to make being trans difficult. Even if they take our access, like being trans should not have to be a revolutionary action. It should not have to be something big and grand. It should not have to be an act of resistance. But if the government takes our fucking HRT away, we're just gonna make it ourselves. I can't talk too much about this, but there are already in many cities networks for DIY HRT distribution and production. Oftentimes, especially if you live in a larger city with an active leftist or punk community, you can get pretty cheap or even free access to HRT. I'm just saying. And yes, these are things we should not have to do, but if the government takes our HRT away, we're gonna keep on making it. If the government makes our existence illegal, fuck it, we're going to keep existing. You cannot eradicate trans people. And I know a lot of people are really scared. But trans life is worth it and messy and beautiful, and it is worth existing, even if we are treated with disdain, even if the government is working hard to make our existence as difficult as possible. I truly, genuinely believe that it is worth it, and that there is hope and that this is a fight that we will win. There are networks an hour and a half away from me in Toronto for such things, so, you know, yeah, they're there. You might have to drive a little bit to seek them out, but they're there. Hell in high heels and steel-toed boots? Hell in fucking yeah. Hell fucking yeah. I genuinely very heavily urge people to look into, find, and if they're not around, established networks for DIY HRT distribution and production. Because while I don't believe that they're going to straight up, you know, outlaw HRT outright anytime soon, they're definitely trying to make it as difficult as possible to access HRT, especially if you are already poor. And the HRT is really cheap to produce, by the way. Material wise, I think as far as like the raw materials goes, $100 gets you about a decade's worth of HRT. I think it's actually 40 years. I think $100 gets you about 40 years worth of HRT. If you know what you're doing and you already have all of like the materials necessary for production itself. Or rather, all of the equipment. Point being that it is fully possible for us to establish these DIY networks for HRT production, and I do believe they are going to be fundamental for surviving the coming storm. I don't think they're gonna make HRT outright illegal anytime soon, but they're trying really hard to make it as difficult to access as possible through whatever means they can. Keep on loving, keep on fighting. Need to head out? No worries, you take care of yourself. And feel free to at me if you manage to gather some stuff. No pressure, obviously. I hate to put, like, the pressure on you too, but as someone who lives there, you would have the best idea of what information is accurate, etc., etc. You take care of yourself. Bark by bite. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Suddenly, haven't figured out how to do a year's worth of blood tests for $100. The blood tests tend to be the big expense, but if I can be so dead ass, chat, I've been on HRT for a year now and I've had one blood test. If I can be so honest, I've been on HRT for almost a year. In a month and a half, it'll be a year. I've done one blood test. It's typically, hello Peru Peru, enjoy your lurk, bark by bite. It's typically not too difficult to just do like a couple blood tests until you find a stable dose and stay on that dose, because usually, unless you're having any major shifts in like body weight or lifestyle, you're not gonna have to worry too much afterwards. Like, you know, do one after about a month on HRT, do one a few months later to see if your dose is correct, and if it's good, you don't have to do one for another year. It's not perfect, but like, if that's the stopping factor, gotta do what you gotta do. I know there are places where you can just order blood tests for yourself that are about $100, which I know it still sucks, but been HRT for 3 years, I've not done blood tests for a year and a half, yeah. I've gotten my blood tested once in the last year. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. And insurance covered it. Because it was part of my physical and it came up abnormal. Lol now. I'm looking forward to having to pay for all this stuff. Yeah, no, real. Things are expensive and it sucks, but if there's any way we can support in helping to facilitate cheaper access to HRT and whatnot, or to any of like their requisite stuff, feel free to pop in the Discord, and I'm sure folks will be willing to help with whatever information they've got. You do what you can, but your friends will affectionately yell at you occasionally, yeah. I don't want to like post the link in chat, just for the security of the website, but I also want to just direct people towards DIYHRT.wiki. Just look up DIYHRT.wiki. I'm not going to post the link in chat. Please don't post the link in chat, just for the safety of the website, but it's there. Fuck health insurance companies on that note. Fuck health insurance companies. If anyone posts the link, I'll eat you. It's literally for like the safety of the channel and shit. Levels were stable, should get blood work done, but reasons out of my control, I haven't had the time to get tests done. I get it. I totally get it. Again, I also have not gotten my levels, or I've gotten my levels done once, and I definitely should be doing that more often. Not at the majority of folks around me, and not at the point where I'm looking at HRT yet, but I already know where the communities and places for trans connection purposes. Hell fucking yeah. And I'm happy for you. Chat, I had a vial of HRT under my desk for... how long was it? I got it in early February, mid-February, and I started end of June. So that's February, March, April, May... June. 5.5 months. I had a vial of HRT under my bed for 5.5 months before I decided to start HRT. Take your time with it. Take your time with it. The vial called to you like the Green Goblin mask. For a long time, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go on HRT. Not because I thought I... well, partially because I wasn't sure if I would like it, actually. Which is part of what I Don't Regret Girlhood is about. It's about, like... very much my relationship with femininity as a trans mass person and what choosing to be happy looks like for me. It was a very, very deeply personal piece that I did not expect to crest 1,000 views. Here we are. Was it the first time you did HRT on stream? Hell yeah. I have done it on stream before, yeah, because I forgot to do my injection beforehand. I'm at a point where they're so easy at this point. I did my injection yesterday because I forgot to do it Sunday night in about like 5 minutes in my bathroom. So, you know, probiotics. But yeah, the decision to start HRT wasn't easy for me. It took some time. It took some thought. Take your time with it. Do what you gotta do. There's no rush. There's no necessity either. I do want to make it clear that, like, you don't have to go on HRT. Do it if you want, absolutely. I encourage people to give it a try. If you're trans and you're curious about HRT, you're allowed to go on HRT for a couple months and then stop. You're allowed to, like, you know, go on HRT for a couple months and stop and still be trans. You're allowed to never go on HRT and still be trans. You're good. Yeah, Vexcal, you could never go on HRT. You could decide to never go on HRT ever, and you're still trans. Congratulations. Medical transition is not the thing that determines your transness. Dysphoria is not the thing that determines your transness. Your desire for medical transition does not determine your transness. Gender is a complex internal experience which is not inherently adjacent to any form of performance or expression or pronouns or any of that shit. Gender is whatever the hell you make out of it. If you say that you are a trans woman and believe yourself to be a trans woman, you're a trans woman. Congratulations. There you go. You're welcome. Where do you inject it? Into my legs. I do intramuscular injections into my legs. I am boy and look like me. Yeah, gender is weird. I know like a trans guy who has no desire to go on HRT. He wants to eventually get bottom surgery, but he has no interest in going on HRT, and he doesn't really even care that much about top surgery. And I'm like, yeah, good for you. Live your best life. My brain is breaking. How so? You're still a trans woman, whether or not you go on HRT. It's not something that's necessary to the experience. I hope if it is something you want that you get it eventually, but you don't have to. And it's so okay to start and stop. I don't imagine that I'm going to be on testosterone forever, being perfectly honest. I could very much see myself a couple years into it deciding, you know what, I've done enough and I'm done with it. For a long time, I planned to start HRT, hit a point where I was comfortable and immediately get a hysterectomy. That was my plan for a long time, actually. But like, transition is a very complex and personal process. Do what makes you feel good in your body, exactly. Like, the majority of trans people, I do think, desire some form of medical transition, usually HRT, but it's not fundamental, it's not necessary. Do what you want. The only thing that's holding me back from going on HRT is the fact that I've been knowing I'm trans for more than 6 years now, and have yet to tell anyone that's not one of 5 people. 2, I'm definitely afraid of needles. Okay. There are options aside of needles. Needles is the easiest option if you're, you know, DIYing, but there are options aside of needles. Also, So I used to have a severe phobia of needles that I have worked myself out of for the last year. Lichen has sat with me through the majority of my T-shots because when I first started, I was really scared. And I would get really close to passing out, and Lichen has been there and witnessed me fainting on voice call. Lichen has been there on voice call with me while I have fucking fainted, while doing my HRT injection. I don't even get lightheaded anymore. I'm not even scared. It is effortless now. It took me, I think, like 4 months probably to desensitize myself, but I'm at a point where I can do it on my own. And it is okay if you need to start out with support or friends, but you can desensitize a phobia of needles. I used to have a severe phobia of needles, like the doctors needed to hold me down, and lay me down and like be really careful when it came to injections because I would faint nearly every time, to being able to do my own injections, no problem. You can do it. It's hard. You can do it. The coming out part's something that I don't really have good advice on. I don't think I'm current. There's very few people in my life that I knew before it came out. Don't pass out because of my fear, but every time I've had to get a needle, I would sob and attempt to bite the person giving me the needle. It's gonna take time to desensitize yourself, but it is a thing you can do. At this point, we all need an emotional support, like in for HRT. It is so okay to like have a friend help you, especially the first few times. If I got HRT, I don't know if I would use needles, and that's valid. Yeah, topical gel is an option, yes. Can you like donate your bits to a trans comrade who's going, for lack of a better term, the other way? No. That's basically organ transplant. Organ transplants can be very stressful and difficult operations that are usually saved for worst case scenarios because there's an extremely high risk of the body rejecting the transplant if it is not like really similar to you genetically. This is a whole bunch of bio shit. It has to do with blood types, it has to do with immune responses, but your immune system attacks anything it recognizes as being foreign. When people get organ transplants, they usually have to be put on immune system repressants because your immune system, when you get a transplant, if it recognizes it as not being your tissue, will attack it. This is why organ transplants are such a big deal. The reason why we don't do organ transplants for things like, you know, top surgery and bottom surgery is because of that risk. It is a lot less risky, and generally has more comfortable results and much, you know, lower potential for things to go wrong to just do essentially plastic surgery with trans people. Also, even the massive risk good organs are extremely hard to come by. Yeah. So no, you can't really like donate your parts. Also, it's worth noting, especially when we're talking about bottom surgery, I am going to say sexual words here. I need it to be understood that I'm saying them in educational context here. The clit is a mini penis. These organs are extremely similar, functionally and how they're constructed, construction-wise. And anatomically, that's the word I was looking for. It's really easy to do plastic surgery to make them resemble each other because they're already absurdly similar. For those who are unaware, all fetuses start off as, you know, quote-unquote female, and after a few weeks of gestating, genetic, you know, the genes go read themselves, and that's when you start differentiating, like, sex, for lack of a better term. You understand what I'm getting at here. And so the clit turns into a penis. Because they're the same thing. It's the same thing. It's, like, the penis is just a massive, long, extended clit. The clit is just a tiny penis that didn't undergo that same development. That's why trans men get bottom growth. Like, when people go on testosterone, trans masc folk will experience bottom growth. That is, because, fun fact, the genes for the development of sexual organs, etc., are actually not contained on the X and Y chromosomes. They are on chromosome 13, if I recall correctly. It might be 12, don't quote me on that. It is a single gene called the SRY gene on the Y chromosome that determines this. That's why you can have XX people who, like, you know, develop traditionally male traits, because that gene can cross over onto the X chromosome due to a bunch of bullshit. That's complicated. Can you guys tell that I have a background in molecular genetics? Can you tell? But yeah, it's not actually on those chromosomes. So, for example, when a transmass person starts testosterone, they will start to experience bottom growth, which is the clit trying to undergo the development that a penis would. It enlarges in size and it becomes more sensitive, and the nerves rearrange themselves to be more closely resemble a penis. You're welcome. And it will start to function in an adjacent way, but for most people, it's not long enough to insert, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And that's why trans femme people, when they start estrogen, get breast development. Because your genes still encode the capacity to do that. It just needs the trigger to be there. Chromosomes are in charge, hormones are the one in the driver's seat, chromosomes are in the backseat yelling directions. Exactly. That's a funky, easy little way of saying it. Can have a lot of the genetic markers for supposedly male traits, but have feminine traits due to sensitivity to male hormones. Yeah, that's another form of being intersex. I was talking earlier about SRY, which is the gene responsive that basically that is the singular gene that determines sex, and it can occur on either the Y or X chromosome. It just typically ends up on the Y chromosome. It's a whole thing. Lots of different ways to be intersex. Introduce basically giving your body a different set of directions, yeah. And unfortunately, because so much development has already occurred, you can't undo certain forms of development, but you can introduce certain elements that didn't develop in the first place, if that makes sense. Doesn't SRY shut off another gene that stops production of another hormone? I don't know at that level of detail, to be perfectly honest. But essentially, it's what triggers it directs the other genes to do shit. It's a whole thing. I love science. I love biology. This is still a very simplified explanation that I'm giving. Like, I could get in the nitty-gritty, but I don't want to. Thank you for the hydrate, definitely, Fuse. I appreciate it. Burp by bite. But yeah, no, again, saying anatomical terms in an educational context here, the penis and the clit, same thing. Sex organs all come off the same base. There you go. That's welcome to biology. The part of the reason why bottom surgery is so easy to do is because these structures actually share a lot in common. It's just a matter of what parts are exposed more than anything. So like bottom surgery for a transmess person is mostly elongating the clit and pulling more of it out of the body the way it would have if it developed into a penis during development. And then borrowing some arm tissue to basically wrap it in skin. And then with vaginoplasty, you're kind of... I actually don't know as much about how it works, I'll be dead ass. I'm not going to speak too much on that because I don't know as much, actually. I'm going to shut up a little bit on that. I don't have as much information. In any case, welcome on in Cloud, Eon, and definitely Fuse. Yeah, I was talking a little bit about... because it was asked in chat why we don't do organ transplants for, like, sex reassignment surgery. And I was explaining why. Because one, when your body detects tissues that are not yours, it tends to attack those tissues. That's why organ transplants are so risky and why people have to take immune suppressants in order, oftentimes after they get organ transplants. It would basically be absurdly risky and much less likely to succeed and function. And then two, because the structures of these two organs are actually extremely similar. And most of the differences are in what elements are exposed. There you go! Biology! That's why you want to maintain the muscle and preserve length, because it allows it to turn into depth. The different variations of vaginoplasty, though, yeah. Same with phalloplasty, yeah. Hypothetically, what if someone did gene therapy with CRISPR? So CRISPR, for, like, functioning in humans, wouldn't work beyond... Okay. What exactly do you mean by that? I'm trying to figure exactly what you're getting at with that. Because, like, yeah, if you took, for example, a human when they're in the single cell stage, and you CRISPR'd them to, like, have or not have the SRY gene, that would basically change how they present. Thank you, Argor, for the follow. Barbara, bye-bye. So I'm so hyped over further process of recellularization. Real and valid. I don't know as much about that, but yes. I don't know about that, Russ. I don't know enough to say that. But yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. I don't know much. Or rather, yeah, you would be able, if you theoretically took a person when they're a single cell and like added or removed SRY, you would basically essentially change their sex. Doing that in a fully grown person isn't really viable. Not really a viable option. Always a bit wary when people talk about CRISPR and gene editing. Yeah, I'm someone who did like I don't fuck with a lot of transhumanism, which I know is really weird. Oh, AE, you're a trans person. What do you mean you don't fuck with the super heavy body modification tech shit? A lot of it has to do with my feelings towards disabled rights. Because a lot of transhumanist ideals and notions heavily fuck over the lives of disabled people. Hello, Neko Boy Blue, bark bark bite bite. Thank you for the raid, mods. Can we get a shout out? Hi everybody. It's so lovely to see you. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me talking about queer and leftist issues here on the channel, and we're currently talking about sex reassignment surgery. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Everyone, Neko Boy Blue is a blue-haired catboy you can find playing sci-fi games. He is the only cis-het catboy I've ever met. Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to tonight? Welcome on in, Quarry, as well. Barber by mine. Came for playing Age of Wonders 4. Was playing Spiders George of the Underground Australians. Fascinating. What the fuck does that mean? Huh? From Sunotenshi, there have been some research on this, but it never does enough, mostly because the shot. Yeah, okay, it's basically what I was trying to communicate, because, like, you cannot really feasibly change the code of every single cell in an adult human's body, or even, like, a, you know, newborn baby's body, because there's too many of them. You can't do much, because it's just too many of them. Permaculture Australians, they worship tunnels. Huh. Hey, Australians in chat, is this real? Australians in chat. Is this real? I cringed so hard yesterday when some Red Femme TERF called them a matriarchist as their political position. That reminds me of the existence of political lesbians. Chat. How many of you oh my god, I just lost my train of thought. How many of you are familiar with political lesbianism? Yeah, I will be vintaging my story later tonight, hopefully. Bark bye bye. Lovely to see you. Not to mention you have to go through the developmental stages again for any big change. Yeah. Thank you, Argor. I appreciate the other folks who are knowledgeable in biology giving their 2 cents on this, because it's a very fascinating subject, but it's a very complicated one, and while my background is in neuroscience and molecular genetics, I don't know everything. I'm very out of practice on this shit. Alright, so political lesbianism is a political movement wherein many women refused to date men and specifically dated other women, not because they were attracted to them, but specifically out of, like, a fight against patriarchy. It is out of a very specific rad femme movement, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with it for a lot of reasons, because it feels like it almost presupposes this idea that sexuality is a thing that you just fucking choose. And also because I'm gonna be dead ass. I think continuing to conceptualize men as being inherently evil is not helpful. I think we've kind of hit a point where even within queer and feminist circles, we tend to do a lot of gender essentialism ourselves, in the assumption that like men equal bad. And I understand a lot of that comes from, like, you know, real harm that a lot of men do while feeding into patriarchy. But deconstructing patriarchy to a certain extent also requires deconstructing the idea that men are bad, you know? Clearly evil incarnate, exactly. Like, the process of deconstructing patriarchy and removing power... Okay. The problem with patriarchy is not the fact that men have power over women, it is the fact that a gendered class has power over another gendered class. And deconstructing that means having to deconstruct a lot of gendered bullshit. And I think that the attitude a lot of rad femmes have that men are inherently more violent and dangerous is a harmful idea that we need to be willing to deconstruct a lot more than we have. Yeah, a lot of men are capable of harm, a lot of men reinforce patriarchal belief and action, but deconstructing patriarchy to a certain extent also means deconstructing the idea that men are inherently more prone to those things. You can't deconstruct patriarchy just to then construct matriarchy. Yeah. I don't fuck with rad femmes. Hello, Morgan. Welcome on in. Barbara, bye. Also, I know that Rowan said something about how bird sex determination works. If I recall correctly, with birds, because okay, with I know with most mammals, it's the situation where, like, quote-unquote female is quote-unquote default in that, like, XX is female and developmental starts that way, and then the introduction of the SRY gene, which is usually on the Y chromosome, is what tends to determine maleness for, again, all very much simplifications, but you get what I'm communicating here. With birds, isn't it the case that male is kind of the default? It's opposite in that regard? Question mark? If I remember correctly. I will soapbox a little and say that I've been hit by some of the slander people throw at guys and usually just ask what's your problem with me. I get the frustration with systems, but hitting someone for being a guy just seems kind of dumb. I agree, yeah. Like, how do I say, ultimately we are all products of the society we live in, and thereby, like, a lot of guys are raised in patriarchal society and will to some extent perpetuate that, but acting as though guys are all inherently suck for that reason rather than, like, deconstructing the issue itself and helping everyone unlearn it. I don't fuck with that. How do I say? Yeah, like I hate the way a lot of, like, rad femme ideology boils down to men bad and evil. I don't fuck with it. There are a lot of well-intentioned guys who are doing their best and who are trying to deconstruct that shit in their lives and who are good people, and acting as though this is inherent to men sucks, you know? As a non-binary trans man, I've gotten both ends of this, just patriarchy again. Either I'm an evil man and traitor to women, or I'm not like real men. Oh my god, chat. So I'm non-binary. I don't like the term man. I don't like being referred to as a man. I will really only ever refer to myself as a man in a joke. And I've had this happen to me a couple times, but it happened to me, like, literally a few days ago, so I'm kind of pissed off about it. I had a friend who I had a fight with. This is related to the situation wherein, this friend, you know, was overstepping an established boundary, that being, hey, don't change plans on me within 12 hours, especially if I'm driving. She had crossed that boundary. I snapped at her about it. She bit back with some really rude shit, and then I blocked her. But in complaining to another friend, a couple of days later, she sent, like, a 6-paragraph long rant wherein, and again, I'm very open about the fact that I'm non-binary, that I'm not a man, that I don't appreciate being referred to as one. She very specifically said the phrase, I I went so out of my way for that man. And that... I wanted to scream. I wanted to scream reading that because it really did feel as though she was trying to pigeonhole me into the, this position of being a insolent, angry, unhelpful, ungrateful man and all of those, like, gross stereotypes, and particularly weaponizing that very specific, form of misgendering against me, and I'm still mad about it. I'm still very salty about it. She's staying blocked for a little. She did actually text me an apology last night, and I've decided that I'm going to take my time before I respond to it. She can wait a few days before I respond to her apology. I will say I am fine with most masculine terminology for those who are, because I know, like Vexgel is asking about twink. Yeah, I call myself a twink all the time. Twink is fine. Most masculine terminology is chill. I'm okay with guy. I'm okay with the dude. I'm okay with brother. Most masculine terminology is okay with me. I am, however, not a man, and outside of jokes, I do not appreciate being called one. You know? I don't care as much when it comes to cis people. I want to be clear. I don't care about this much when it comes to cis people. Cis people can perceive me however the fuck they want. If cis people understanding me as a guy means they gender me correctly and shit, then okay, cool. If cis people want to perceive me as a guy, sure, go for it. I don't care about cis people. When it comes to other trans people, I do hold other trans people to a higher standard, and I hope and expect and desire to be understood and perceived as non-binary, and have that respected. I am a masc-presenting non-binary person, and while I am content with most masculine terminology and shit, I'm not a man. You know? The entity. I will say, I'm like 5 degrees from being a man, but I'm not a man. I'm okay with any masculine term and do consider myself a man. Can only understand the experience of frustration of being seen as only a man, if that makes sense. Yeah, real. Listen, gender is complicated and nuanced. It just aches. This is someone I've had that conversation with before, and it was a very specific way in which, I think there's a term that I once heard about this. I don't remember what it was, if it was like degendering or something. It's just a very specific way in which, like, I am non-binary, but sometimes people will decide to erase specifically the fact that I am non-binary in order to attack me, you know? It's a very specific form of misgendering wherein people remove the fact that I am non-binary in order to further code my actions as being rude or ungrateful or etc., you know? Introduce yourself as hexadecimal. Real. AE white-throated sparrows said something about them. Oh, one sec. Sorry, keeping up with chat gets hard sometimes. With birds, male is generally default. Yes, if we compare them with mammals, but bird sex is not determined the same way as mammals, so obviously the defaults are the same. Certain kinds of sparrows have 4 effective sexes. Fascinating! Okay. Because with birds, I always heard, I think it was like the BW thing? Huh. If someone's pronouns are they, them, we'll just agree, clearly outnumbered. My close friends once told me, you're more like a concept, you simply exist, you just are, and I love that. Real. I love that. ZW. I was close. I was on the right track. That's the generalization they'll give about birds in basic bio classes. I never specifically studied birds. I worked with reptiles mostly. These days I work mostly with fish. Gonna to open a can or 12 of tuna. Enjoy your tuna. All the best. Bye bye bye. Hope to see you around, my guy. We'll hopefully be jumping into Vitch's story soon. Fae. Chat, I love Fae. I love Fae so much. I would do anything for Fae. Big fit enjoyer. Why do they call it tuna when there's 12 of it? Hi, Wonder. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see you. That's my friend. Chat, or rather, Wonder, I need you to confirm to the rest of chat, that I hit you with the U-Haul consensually and that you're fine. I'm definitely not holding you at gunpoint right now. You're definitely not in biting range. I love Fae, but to eat Fae would kill me. I'm so sorry, Rowan. Oof, ouch, my bones. They hurt, they ache. She's pretending. It's fine. She's fine. Chat, she's so fine. She's so fine right now. See, getting hit with the U-Haul didn't hurt that much. I'm just an evil trans person on the internet. You know? It's a joke. It's a bit. Okay, give me a second. No. Chat. I hit Wonder with a U-Haul the other day, and I have a 100% completely real photo of it. Okay. Chat. I hit Wonder with a U-Haul the other day. Here's a 100% completely real photo of me hitting Wonder with a U-Haul. Links in Morse code that I just lost the game. I'm killing you. With my teeth. Can you even show that on Twitch? You know, I should probably check TOS about this. Thank you, Good Humor Gaming, for making this edit, by the way. I cannot believe that Wonder just made me lose the game. I'm gonna hit her with a U-Haul again. I'm gonna shoot her with this gun that I own. Reporting to you since I'm Twitch's special girl. Wonder, who is currently in chat, who is my good dear friend, who I love. And who I'm killing with my teeth. Wonder is a fellow trans anarchist streamer. If you like what I do, the good chance you'll like her. Very, very good friend of mine. One of my close friends in the content creation scene.
Oh shit.
We love Wonder. Thank you, Luvier, for the 1 month sub. What the fuck? Thank you. How dare you? Penis! She says penis and cock on the internet sometimes. It's like part of her branding. Love saying this is not OSHA approved. If I go with Twitch, I'm gonna start saying this is not TOS approved. I love that. I love that. Chat, one of my new favorite phrases, by the way, is I'm going to shoot you with this gun that I own. Not I'm going to shoot you with this gun. Specifically, I'm going to shoot you with this gun that I own. I am so in love with the very specific phrasing. It comes from a video, actually. Can I find this? Oh my god. No, I need to find this video because I need to show you guys this song. It lives rent-free in my brain. Lovely to see you, No Eyes for You. It lives rent-free in my brain. It has heavily influenced my vocabulary recently. Why is there a hype train? Why is there a hype train? Why is there a hype train? What the fuck? Okay, I found it. Let me real quickly mute my music. And I'm gonna quickly, someone remind me to turn on desktop audio again after this, okay? Because you deserve hype. I'm just a little guy, but thank you. I do kind of desperately need money right now, but please put yourselves first and foremost. I'm kind of poor right now, but please put yourselves first and foremost, okay? I need you guys to see this. Don't make me take out my gun that I own. No, I'm gonna shoot you with my gun that I certainly own and am not lying about. I love this video so much. When are you not poor, E? I'm very poor. Please put yourselves first and foremost, though. I wanna be very clear. The move has been really expensive, and I've spent way too much money making this all work. But I appreciate the hell out of y'all. Thank you for everything you do. Me moving into this place is only possible because of you all. So thank you. I'm gonna use it. About with the gun that I own. All around town. My way. That's the new place. It's really good. I absolutely love it. And so far streaming here is really good too. I'm really in love with this new place. This is Pikachu background music always. I love this song and it just very heavily influenced how I speak. Gun that I own is just a thing I say now. Gun that I own. This is so good. Nah, we're all poor and doing our best. I appreciate everything y'all do. Thank you. I was a huge fan. I love how you're so badass and threaten people. Out of Footlock as the founding fathers intended. Real. I'm Obama and I'm gonna get you for being too cool and badass. This is. I need you guys to understand how much I love this. I have fallen asleep already. Is this the melatonin dream this time? You're welcome. Congratulations. Welcome to the melatonin dream. With the gun that I own. It's all around town. I've gotta. In charge. Something around with the gun that I own. It gives the same vibes as the Yumi gas station video. It kind of does. I feel like y'all are getting a sense for my sense of humor. I feel like you guys are getting a feel for my sense of humor at this point. It'd be the third time you're focused on my dream. Wonder, I'm so glad that I live rent-free in your head. I love living rent-free in my friend's head. My friends also live rent-free in my head. I wish I remembered my dreams more often because I am certain my friends show up in them constantly. I'm certain of it. Fish! I'm so glad to have given you this new brainware, bro, and this channel's honestly great. The truck is a gun! Get your water, you got this. Look to see if there's a Mika version of this. Please tell me there is. Unfortunately, no, this is so sad. This guy was just pretending to have a gun. Someone make one. Be the Mika you want to see in the world. I don't got time for that. A lot of my sense of humor is admittedly like absurdity. A lot of what I find funny is just really weird, absurd, slightly awkward stuff. A lot of my sense of humor is phrasing things abnormally. So like one of the funniest things to me is I'm gonna shoot you with this gun that I own. It's so good. It's so good. For me, I'm gonna shoot you with this gun that I own is one of the funniest things at the moment. Have you heard of Lobota memes? I don't. I think I have actually. I think I have. Yes. I'm not sure if that's my sense of humor because at some point you get a little bit too brain rotted to an extent where I admittedly just can't keep up with it. Um. But you know. I love it. Desktop audio is on. Thank you so much, Livier. Appreciate it. My humor changes based on the mid and low key. Real and valid. Real and valid. For me, funny shit is like replacing the word cat with car. So I'll point at a cat and go, "That's a very good car right there." And likewise, I will point at a car and go, "That's a good cat." I wonder where Boozle is. Chat, what if I stood up and looked for Boozle real quick? Do you know of a good Vocaloid song I think you might like? Feel free to drop in the Discord. One sec, I'm gonna go see if I can spot Boozle real quick. Don't mind me. Give me a second. I'm gonna go look for him real quick and then also refill my water while I do it. I'm leaving the door cracked open for a little bit, because I don't want to just like steal him. I want to make sure he can get out on his own. Give me a second. One sec. You want to sit down on my lap for a minute? You want to say hi? Boozle. Meow. Meow. Boozle. Hey Boozle. Hey Boozle. Hey Boozle. Please say hello. Boozle, please say something. Yeah, hi. He's sniffing my face right now. I wish I had a second webcam set up right now so I could like show y'all him. Hey Boozle. Did you hear? Oh, he is on my keyboard. Trying to break anything, buddy. He is a very good boy. He's a very clever and friendly black cat. I love him. Oh, there goes my webcam. Hi, Boozle. Yeah. Alright, he's out of my lap. One sec, let me make sure he has a clear exit out to the room. Yep. One sec, let me open the door for you, buddy. He's so good. Oh, you want I just kidnapped him for a moment, you know? I don't want to just lock him in my room while I'm streaming. I want to make sure he can explore to his heart's content, but I definitely wanted to get him to say hi to y'all. Hello, Consterfus! Barker by Might! Boozle overthrows the tyrannical webcam. He is so good, and I love him. I'm glad he meowed. I'm glad y'all get to say hi to him. He's very good. I might at some point set up a Boozle cam, or like have a second webcam always available in case he wants to come hang out with me. But I definitely want to make sure he always has like free access to the common space. Cause he's a silly little guy and he needs his room. He's so good. Steal the RAM, do a quick Boozle, make some quick cash. Boozle, no, don't steal my stuff. He did get on my desk for a little bit and sniff around because he's like, what's all this new stuff? He's still getting used to the change, and he's still warming up to me, but the fact that he's got into my lap a couple times now, he's getting used to me. He's figuring it out. He's very good. Hopefully y'all will get to meet him more soon. I love cats. Hello, Scale Rider. Bark bark bite bite. How are you today? Congrats on getting resurrected, Consterfus. He go, I like this critter. Yeah. It took him, I think, like, literally, because there's a couple times I've, like, picked him up and put him in my lap in order to kind of get him used to me. That was, for the first time today, he got in my lap of his own volition. I was basically trying to tell him that he had the option to get in my lap, and he would just jump out. I'm like, that's cool. Earlier today, he got in my lap for the first time, and he only stayed for, like, 20 seconds before he was like, alright, I'm done. But he's learning to trust me. He's learning to trust me. I love him. I would do anything for him. I give him many, cheek scratches. He's so good. He loves long strokes. Long pets. I'm really happy to be around, like, a cat again, because I haven't had that, since I was, like, sleeping on my friend's couch in the early homelessness saga. And I miss it a lot. Little baby. No wonder AE is so protective. Okay, I'm not protective of Icon. Fuck Icon. Fuck Icon. I do feel bad about, like, his management situation and shit, but fuck him. Fuck him. I do not respect Icon. Icon is the cat boy who occasionally takes over the channel. It's a long story. You'll meet him eventually if you're around here often enough. He's just a cat boy who occasionally takes over. It's a long story. I promise there's nothing to be concerned about. If folks stick around long enough, there's usually an Icon stream roughly once every month or two. They aren't too consistent, just because they happen as I am able to, but ethically I cannot own an animal because I study and work with animals. There's potential infection crossover. Damn, that is so sad. That sounds miserable. I'm so sorry. So could the difference between you and Icon might just be the agnosia talking, though? Give me a second. Because, huh? Save my 80 points to summon Icon. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had an Icon stream. Please don't make today one. It's my first stream back. But... One second. This thing's not working. Sorry, I tried to do a thing in the background, and it didn't work. And I'm confused. I was trying to sign into something to check something real quick, and it's giving me issues with my authenticator, and that's a problem. There we go. Now it's working. All right, that scared me. Huh. Oh, that's so weird. My Wi-Fi thinks I'm in Virginia? Huh. Because I'm an icon, but I'm saving those points. Real invalid. Hello, Blemblier. Lovely to see you. Bark Bite Bite. How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hope you're doing absolutely incredible. Yeah, sorry, I just need to check something real quick. And I was trying to do it silently in the background, and it didn't work. You know? I tried to check it quietly in the background. It didn't work. Alright, I'm just screenshotting this for future me. Don't mind me. I got a big notification that I have to make sure that I write this down. There we go. Got that. And got this. Alright, that's not too bad. That works. Cool. For me, it's worth 100%. Finally got to go to college, get an official position for what I do as a side piece. I'm gonna work with all different kinds of birds and study their migration behavior and stuff. Real and valid, and that's all with all the love in the world. Very autistic of you. I follow your passions, even though that means you can't have personal pets. I just think that having an animal around is really nice. So what's summon icon? Oh yeah. Okay, one sec. This is what I meant to do before I got distracted with that weird error. One moment. So Icon, for those who, you know, aren't around here as often or haven't met him yet, is a cat boy who occasionally takes over the channel. You will recognize him because it's loading. Give me a second. He looks like this. You will be able to tell when he is on stream because he looks like this. And he talks like this. He's some bratty ass femboy cat, who, how do I say? He's not a fucking anarchist, he's like a fucking capitalist, and I don't really respect him, but I do worry about his relationship with his manager, because it's definitely toxic, and as much as I disdain him, I want him to be safe. His only guaranteed dates to appear are April Fools and Halloween, but aside of that, he'll occasionally poke his head out elsewhere as people redeem the summon icon thing. Filthy capitalist? Yeah, he is. But yeah, that's how you'll know that it is an icon stream. He's some dumbass, bratty, femboy cat, and I don't respect him. I don't respect him. Fuck him. There you go. There's the icon introduction. His relationship with his manager definitely concerns me. If you watch the most recent April Fool's stream, you'll get a glimpse of that. It's definitely a pretty toxic dynamic, but he does have some interesting things to say about art and creation and what it means to exist, especially professionally in the creator sphere. Whereas you'll mostly find me talking queer and anarchist issues, you'll mostly find him talking about the very nature of art and what it means to be an artist. You know? You know. You know. Fuck him is a statement for sure. Not in the hot way. Not in the hot way. To be perfectly clear, that's not what I meant. That said, you're allowed to do as you please. I won't stop you. I won't stop you. Explode him? Yeah, blow him up. Blow him up with bombs. Hello, Leary4. So we call icon an ACAP. I hate that. I hate that. Argus Vandom on AO3 just resolves us. Listen, I do have a real fic on AO3. Real thing that exists. You can do that. I was thinking of playing Zelda after my Tales of. Oh hell yeah! I have a lot of Zelda games that I still really want to play at some point. Hello, Mudkip. It's going well. I just moved into a new apartment. This is my first stream from the new apartment, and I'm really loving it. And so far, things are working great. I've had no technical difficulties so far that weren't caused by me, which is really cool. It's a lot more comfortable setup. It's a lot. I really like it. Have you experienced the curse, the dreaded AO3 author's curse? None of my authors have yet, I don't think. I saw I'm so happy for you. Thank you. It's really nice. Chuck got to meet the cat earlier. He meowed. I'm so glad he meowed and said hi to you all. He is very chatty when he wants to be. I'm really happy with the new place. I would die for Boozle. Me too. Me too. If this place caught on fire, I would save Boozle before I save myself. He mad and ate the webcam? Yeah, yeah. He attacked my webcam. I'm really happy with the new place. This is a really big and really important change to me, and I'm excited for the doors that this will open up. I'm in a room that is almost twice as big as the room I used to stream from. I have a lot more space to work with, a lot more privacy, and I'm living with someone that I actually care about and who cares about me. And that's really nice. Life is good. Life is really, really good. Thank you, Chortling Bird, for the sub. How are you? I'm getting emotional because there's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music playing. Actually, this is Paper Mario, my bad. I need to download this song. Give me a second. I need to finish the Paper Mario series eventually. I should have put that on the schedule this week. You know what? I'm still happy with the choice of In Stars in Time, though. I'm gonna grab this for future me. Maybe the mystery is what game this is from. I really need to play the Paper Mario games at some point. Also, man, hope it continues to go well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Barbara Bite Bite. I have so many games I want to play on the channel, by the way. Oh, notice with the vintage story server. So, we've been having some discussion recently about what we want to do now that the new update is available, especially as it does have some generation changes. And it's because so many folks on the server are at the end of their progression lines, chances are we're going to be restarting the server in June. That'll give plenty of time for the mods to move over and plenty of time for me to work on other things in the meantime. I could just do it soon, but I'm going to be honest, I want some time to focus on other projects. So June, we are going to be restarting the Vintage Story server on a new world, on the new update, with a slightly modified mod pack, and perhaps even some lore, if I have time to write it. I am excited to go into this with more idea of what I'm doing and to be a more active participant in it. June's going to be a really busy month for me, but we're going to make it work. So we're probably only going to have a couple streams left of Vintage Story. I'm going to do it this week, and I'm probably going to do it like once more before the month ends. In Ode to June and Rebirth of the server, I'm biting you. What Metal Gear Solid games have you played? None. Zero. I have no knowledge of the franchise. Feel free to get me into it. Convince me to play it. You know, I'm realizing some newer folks, because this used to be the highlight of my channel, but it's kind of fallen out of focus more recently, so a lot of newer folks might not know this. A part of the initial premise of my channel is that I don't have much experience with video games. I did not grow up playing them. So I am very much learning how to play video games as a young adult. I held a modern gaming controller for the first time when I was 18. Maybe 19, actually. I'm not entirely sure. So I've only really properly been playing video games and had access to them for a few years. Maybe like 7-8 years now. So there's a lot of games I've never experienced. There's a lot of like very fundamental early 2000s media that I didn't engage with. I had a Nintendo DS and that's it as a kid. So the early premise of my channel was that I was playing all the games I missed out on as a kid. The premise has shifted. I've become a lot more overtly political in my content and all of that, and I'm not mad about that. I love the direction my content has moved in, but I'm very much someone who did not play a lot of games growing up and am learning to navigate them now. Was what a gift. The gaming controller is something I bought for myself because I wanted to get into video games. Turned legally an adult and a gamer. Gonna head out for now? No worries, no worries. I bought the controller with money I made doing art commissions back in the day, actually. You take care, Jam. Always a pleasure to have you. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Sleep time? Oh, you take care of some femboy as well. It is getting up towards 10 p.m. here. We're about to hit the 3-hour mark. I might grab a snack during the ad break. I'll see. I probably will. I will probably acquire a snack during the ad break. But after that, we'll be moving on into Vintage Story, I think. If y'all are good for it, if that sounds like a fun time, I do believe it does. But I'm what we in the business call biased. Go outside and get photos of Stalker, the goose, and his weird green children tomorrow. Do it. Thank you for the follow, Fizzy Frog. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Welcome to the archive. Welcome on in. All right. I will snack time in a moment, and then we're gonna Vintage Story. It will be good. I hope folks take care of themselves and get some good rest. I appreciate the holiday, y'all. Of course, I don't know what you'd be into, but I highly recommend trying RimWorld. I have tried RimWorld a little bit. I want to get more into it. It's just that it's a very big and unintuitive game, and the friend who was trying to teach me it started me off modded. So I'm gonna be honest, I still don't know what I learned is even vanilla compatible, or what mods a motherfucker should play with. I should probably do more research into that. I would love to play more Vintage Story and get more into it and gain a better understanding of it. The issue just being that, like, it's not very intuitive. Rain World, as much as I think is a beautiful game, I'm scared of, because I'm bad at video games, and I don't like dying repetitively. When I die repetitively in a game, I start to, like, struggle, and not have fun. I really want to play it eventually, I worry it's too hard for me, you know? I do also still focus mostly on games from the 2000s and early 2010s, but, you know. Honestly, do vanilla expanded mods as most of your RimWorld starting experience? Don't really know what counts as that. Are you done to play a visual novel on stream? Yeah, I've done visual novels before. I just have to do them sparingly because I have actually damaged my voice on stream before. One time when I was playing Ace Attorney on stream and doing all the voices, I actually managed to strain my diaphragm, and so I could not speak without, like, my voice trailing off for a couple weeks. It was a problem. That's just how it goes sometimes, though. Hee hee. I'm just silly like that. I'm just silly like that. Oh, mod series by that name. Got it. Got it. Alright. I'll have to look into that then. Hear me out, play a visual novel with friends and have them do voices. I've done that before and it's a lot of fun and I would love to do that again sometime if I could find any friends who are willing. I would love to. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Nyx. I've heard very bad things about those, so I fully believe you. They sound miserable, and I'm sending all my love. I might go ahead and just have the music on. Actually, that's not what I wanted to do. there's a visual novel I'm in love with, feel free to share. One sec. I am opening up the Vintage Story mod pack. It's called Pine Point Insomniac, visual novel deeply rooted in my soul. I think I've heard of it before. I want the music. There we go. We got the Vintage Story music going. Really loved Pine Point. Really liked it too. Noted. Noted. If it gets good reviews from Lincoln and Gray, it's probably pretty good. I'll have to peek more at it sometime. Oh my god, wait, okay, I live on stream, or rather, Icon live on stream one time went through the KFC visual novel, and it was a time. That was a time. Oh my god, chat, the KFC visual novel is unironically really good. It is unironically really good. Heavily recommend giving it a play. Oh my god. Metal Gear Solid is an anti-war, specifically anti-nuke series where you play as the gay clone Solid Snake who saves the world with his nerd boyfriend Otakon from the legacy of his hella autistic father who plays in the prequels. And the Twiggy who pines for him. Fascinating. Maybe I should play this. Yeah, one sec. So, real video game that does exist, just want to be very clear about that, real game that does in fact exist, okay? This is not a bit. This is I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger looking good dating simulator. I can actually go to the Steam page, one sec, music's a little bit loud. This is I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger-looking good dating simulator. A real video game that you can play for free. It is completely, you can just fucking play it. It's free. It's free. It's really good. It has no business going as hard as it does. It's like genuinely really good. It's like whoever wrote this did an incredible job. In any case though, ad's about to hit in about 30 seconds. I'm gonna stand up and grab myself a snack and then we're gonna play some Vintage Story on the community server, alright? Get a group of new voices and oh boy, just awesome community the bit. Absolutely. I did all the voices myself when I did this, but I want to do more visual novels with friends specifically. I think it's very fun. Okay, I know why I'm getting sleepy. It's because I've been going to bed stupid early recently. But why am I sleepy? Alright. Yeah, you really can just make anything. Chat, if you've ever sat there and thought, I can't make my dream project, no one will like my dream project, I'm not good enough to make it, you can just make anything. You're allowed to make whatever the hell you want. No one can stop you. No one can stop you. Make the thing in your head. That's a fucking order, bitch. No. Make whatever the hell you want. Create shit. Only thing stopping me is Miho. Exactly. Do the thing. Create. I want to see y'all making the weirdest ass art you can.
Oh, shit.
Thank you so much for the follow, Barker by Bite. I want to see y'all making the weirdest art you can. Alright, I'll be right back. Hello and Day, Barber by Bite. I have the same problem sometimes, but I have finished projects, and I'm gonna finish more, because I'm capable and smart and cool. Alright, BRB. I'm gonna go grab a snack. Sorry about the extra delay, folks. Was checking in with the roommate real quick. But we are here, we are queer. I have a snack. And I'm gonna start booting up Vintage Story while I consume my snack. How's everyone doing? How's everyone chilling? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Weirdest ass art I can. Don't usually draw ass. No, listen. Draw weird asses. You can. You can. Fuck, I want a snack. Do it. So you know, Pine Point Insomniac is based off a pup song based on an abandoned mine town here in Canada. Only have been to the memorial of, and the main character is so mean, generally makes me angry. I've seen Pup live. I've told you this before. I've seen Pup live. They're very good. They're extremely good. All right, let me change the category to Vintage Story. Ah. Sorry, I love lording over people that I've like done cool stuff because I have only been doing chat. I went to my first punk show in December 3rd, 2024. I went to my first punk show December 3rd, 2024. I've done and been to a lot of cool things for someone who has not been active in the scene, like physically, for all that long. And I'm very proud of that, and I love bragging about it. Actually, I'm gonna do this layout, I think. There we go. All right. And then let me pull up Vintage. There we go. Pub genuinely gives such a good stage performance. Their energy is amazing. We all hate each other, but they don't. We love that. We love that. We love performance and artistry. And you before then, yeah. Because while I was punk, I just didn't have access to a physical scene. It'd be amazing to see AE play a MGS game and she won the plot. See, I wish y'all had thrown game suggestions at me while I was making my schedule this morning. But to make a debut in the scene myself? Hell yeah. You know, there's a show I know that's happening up in your area relatively soon, I'm pretty sure. Oh, end of June is when it is. Last day of June. On my HRT anniversary. Do you have any plans for today? Something I really want to do, but I understand you simply want to chill tonight? I don't have any particular plans on the Vintage Story server, aside of get back home. What snack do you got? I got trail mix. It's probably on the list, but the list is like 300 games long. So when I look at the list, sometimes I need suggestions on what to even pick off of that list. Like what people are most excited about, you know? I want to know what people are most excited about. Alright. Mods, can we get instructions for joining the server posted? Appreciate y'all. Oh, the thing I'm gonna do is at the archives. Alright. Come and find me then. Hell yeah, Frogs Forever. I love this fort. I used to be so into horror audio dramas, and I miss being super into them, genuinely. That was a fun era of my life. Thank you, Waken. I love my mods. Y'all, this channel would not function without Lycan, Zelda, and Neptune. Alright. So we're currently right outside the archive. And I guess we're going to wait for our friend to get here. Which one did you listen to? God. This would have been almost a decade ago, so I'm not sure I remember specifics. If you know any that were popular in the 2010s, those would be the ones that I probably would have listened to, but I'm not forgetting names right now. I was into the Magnus Archives for a while, though. Alright. So for those unaware, last we were here, we explored the archives. The archives, which are down there. And well, I don't really like what we found. I can't say I like what I found. No worries, Nace, get some good rest. Bye bye bye. What consoles do you have available? Do you think I'm afraid to emulate? I'm not afraid of emulation. I mostly stream things from the early 2000s and 2010s. So like the easiest and primary stuff I'm gonna do are gonna be like PS2, DS, like PS Vita. But I emulate all the time. I know how to torrent. I'm not scared. The only stuff I can play on original hardware are going to be DS and 3DS. And Switch. Is this just the archive in the future when A is a skeleton? Okay, so. When we eventually do like the updated version of the server, which I'm probably going to do at the very beginning of June, I actually do have thoughts and plans for writing lore. And I want my character to have been someone who was in the archives. I want my character to be someone who worked here. Ray walked in the room, said your audio sounds really good today. Acoustics in the new room were top tier. Thank you. I have so much acoustic foam paneling set up right now, and I was able to target it really nicely, and the space is just honestly a lot quieter than my old space in general. I'm glad that it sounds good. Bye. Do I sound better than usual, actually? I would like general chat opinions. How do you soundproof rooms? So there's a difference between soundproofing and reducing echo. The answer, though, is foam panels. Got my tea? Hell yeah. They fully asked if we had a new mic. My old room just sounded like shit. No. When I say someone in the archive, there's a location in this game called the Archives. But you're gonna get acoustic foam? Now, okay, there's a difference between soundproofing and noise reduction. Soundproofing is functionally impossible. You can't really soundproof a space, but you can reduce echo and make a sound more listenable. Anyway, hi. You wanted to meet me here? Yeah, well, what did you want to talk about? I don't like this place. Ever since we found this place, I've been thinking, yeah? Hello, Natalie! Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Thinking about what? Isn't it funny that the two kobolds we know had towns develop around them? Figured it was coincidence, honestly. Sometimes I think we're similar in many ways. Uh-huh. I suppose we do have quite a bit in common. I mean, coincidence is coincidence, though. Usually the easiest solution. When I was working on my house, I found something. That being... This is not the remade, no. We're gonna move to the remade server in June. Beginning of June. Something that revealed not just information on me, but everyone in the valley. And just the valley. Or is Lake Town impacted too? You take care, Rowan. Burp my bite. Lake Town 2? Okay. Hello, Grim. Welcome on in. Burp my bite. RP moment. I fear that is a secret I fear that the secret is one that will be found after my death. You see, since we came here, I've heard whispers. Uh-huh. Hello, Voxma next. I will speak on that in a moment. Telling me to jump in the pit. Please don't. We can turn around and walk away. Come on. I think you know as well as I do that whatever's down there is something we don't want to see. Drawing you some critters, remember it's gonna draw a beetle or a rat. Ooh! Feel free to take suggestions from chat. You know, I'm the reason there's such a divide between Lake Town and Spawn Valley. I don't think you did anything wrong. I don't think that's your fault. Then come home. You can come home. We can both go home. Long. We can both go home. Don't do this. Please. Raccoons are very me-core animals. I love raccoons. They're very good. Apologies for the intensity. But if I came home, can I truly change? Then why does dying here feel almost final than anywhere else? I I believe that anyone can change given the opportunity and the willingness. I don't think you're beyond redemption. There's nothing I can say to stop you, is there? I'll miss you. Thank you for everything. I think we both know that's in another life. Well, if this is a goodbye, then... I... Thank you, friend. It'll keep me safe from here on. I'll see you on the other side someday. Lore! Thank you, friend. You'll find it when you're ready. I hope whatever you find down there... Bye, friend. And so begins a long journey home. I'm not sure Darkwood Rider. I mean, really, I thought I died. We tried a cinematic death. We gave it our best shot. Whoopsie. Apologies. That was a little lore bit for the server. I definitely want on the 2.0 of the server to leave more heavily into lore stuff, and I've debated whether or not I want to allow voice chat on the server. The concern being that, like, I am the streamer, and I need a certain amount of control over, like, the stream, and it is, as things stand, kind of just like a public play server, and I don't know if I'd be comfortable adding voice chat unless I limit it to, like, subs, and I don't want to do that. I feel bad doing that. So it's a whole thing. That is a whole complicated thing that I'm thinking through in my brain thoughts. But that's a decision that I have a couple weeks to make, you know? That is a choice I have a couple weeks to make. Even if voice chat, unlimited off stream, I agree. I think it could be useful for specific lore moments, so maybe I will enable and disable my own ability to hear it depending on when it is necessary. But yeah, like my concern is there's gonna be a lot of people who really want a cameo on the stream and who are going to like step in and take over in certain ways, or people who might break Twitch's rules, or who might just constantly interrupt me as I'm doing things. And I am someone who cares about having a lot of control over like the vibe of my stream. A lot of what I do on stream is intentional. I have a whole list of rules and boundaries that I send to folks before I let them collab on my channel, things like that. But genuinely so happy I was able to do the lore I wanted. Thank you. Of course, of course. This is probably like the second to last stream on the server. I might do like one more later. I'm glad you got your lore beat. Bye bye. It's cool, but during stream is annoying. Exactly. I don't want to pre-record lore. I think doing live roleplay bits is fun, but there's thoughts and complicated things to think about. But in any case, hi everybody. Apologies for the interruption for some lore bits there. It's time for the long journey home. No one is here to drive me. Anarchist, not actually as chaotic as you'd expect. I mean, okay, I am an anarchist, and okay, everyone who's here knows that anarchy does not equal chaos. I don't have to do the whole anarchy doesn't mean pure lawlessness bit. Everyone here knows that. That said, this is a large part of my income. Streaming is a very sizable portion of my income. I would estimate that streaming consists of nearly half my income. And so I value being able to continue having a account on this platform. I would like to not get suspended, thank you. Just riffing on the stereotype? Oh, absolutely. I know we're all being silly. I was clarifying that I was also being silly and not taking you seriously. Streaming is the reason you're able to make the move you did? Exactly. Like, I'll be so dead ass. If it weren't for streaming, I'd very much be living paycheck to paycheck. And I'm very lucky that I get to have shit like savings. Because I'll be honest, after surviving homelessness, I really never want to risk that happening again. So for me, maintaining enough savings that I can, like, exist comfortably means a lot. And the fact that I'm able to put myself in a much better living situation than I was in before, because like I haven't talked about it, but my previous living situation was not very safe or secure. I was renting a room in a house where I didn't really fully trust the other folks living there, and where there were frequent infestations and not very clean or sanitary conditions and wild fluctuations in temperature. Which were very much, you know, negatively impacting my ability to exist. I was dealing with all of that for a year and a half while continuing to fight to create. I'm able to be comfortable and be in a place that I will be able to hopefully call home in the long run now. And I'm incredibly grateful for that. And I would not have had the financial stability and willingness to do that going forward. Like, I'm gonna be dead ass. My living cost has gone up because of this. And going forward, chances are I'm not gonna be able to cover, like my grocery money is gonna start coming out of my Twitch money, you know, going forward, things like that. I'm going to be relying a lot more heavily on the money I make from this going forward. But it is because of you all that I'm even able to consider making these sorts of moves to put myself in a better situation. Anarchy is chaos is just monarchist propaganda. Literally, yes, very much so. Not, oh, I did, wait, no, wait, I didn't mean to do that, wait. Shit. That was an accident. Darkwood, are you still there? I'm so sorry. I accidentally timed out Darkwood. Chat, sometimes you just need to assassinate a chatter. Sometimes you need to commit a murder, you know? I'm convinced that in an AU where he had a not to fight a revolution, they would be the office colleague who you can trust to help you with paperwork. Fascinating. I do love Excel spreadsheets. And I do appreciate it. Like, I try to have a lot of integrity. I really do. I try to be very honest and open and have a lot of integrity because I value that, especially as, like, a loudly leftist creator. But no, I do my best. I do my best. I can't believe I just fucking killed Darkwood in front of a live audience, chat. What website am I on right now? I can't believe I just murdered Darkwood in front of a live audience. Nah, I'm gonna be dead ass. So I only have one monitor, for my PC, and I watch chat on my laptop. My laptop has a touchscreen. Sometimes I touch the touchscreen and hit buttons. Hello, Mad Polaris! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome on in, everybody! Hi! I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can catch me talking about queer and leftist issues here on Twitch.tv. It's so lovely to see you! We're playing some Vintage Story! How goes it? I hope you're having an incredible night. My pronouns are he, or they, them. I hope everyone is doing absolutely incredible, and if you're not, I hope your day gets better. How was your stream, Mad Polaris? Everyone on my end, make sure you give Mad Polaris some love. A recently debuted streamer who's doing some really cool stuff and who I absolutely wholeheartedly support. What were you up to tonight? He just kills me, lucky you. Yeah, you wish I'd murder you in cold blood, Zal. You wish. You'd love it if I killed you in cold blood. No, it was funny. Yeah, no. I trust most people in my audience to recognize that as a mistake when it happens, because it's not the first time this has happened. It happens, like, every few months. Goes well, I was drawing a thumbnail for a video and my back hurts a bit. Hope the art went well at the very least. Would you like to share any works in progress or anything with the class? No pressure or obligation. But I do enjoy me some art. Your ripen makes me want to say things like... He's part of the scuff. True, I'm so scuffed. Yeah, no obligation. I don't remember if I still have links turned off or not. But I like seeing other people's art. You know, art tax and all that shit. Don't feel obligated to share anything, but if you'd like to, you're welcome to. Oh. Warning, cattails work on most touchscreens. Noted. Luckily, most of the time when I'm streaming, I have my door closed, so as much as I love Boozle, he cannot just come and go unless I intentionally open the door and let him in. Which I will do on occasion. That's mostly to make sure I'm not annoying anyone else. I don't like this. This frightens me. I'm gonna not fuck with this. Boozle's such a good boy, though. I would do anything for him, chat. I would kill a man for Boozle. Oh, that's a bear. Oh, that is a bear. Oh, that is a get away from me. Go, why are you so close? Get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get fucking away from me. Oh, what's, I'm fine, I'm normal, I'm so normal, I'm so fine. I'm running from my life from a bear right now. Ugh. I did not consent to this. Oh my god, oh, it's still right there. It's still, Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, Flame Knight Death, for the follow. Welcome on in. Chat, he's doing his best. I'm fine, 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 everything's fine, everything's fine. I don't want to look behind me and find out if he's still following me. I don't know if he is, I don't want to know. He's probably left me alone by now, but that's also what I thought last time. Oh. Everything's fine. I'm normal. I'm normal. I'm so normal. I'm so incredibly normal. I've never done anything weird in my life. He's probably gone by now. Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm no longer being chased by a bear. Like, you would run from opportunity to get mauled. Okay, first of all, fuck you. The bears have a type and it's fobs. The bears have a type and it's fucking twinks. The bears have a type and it's fucking twinks. Here's the whip. Oh, sorry. I forgot that I do not have links enabled in chat right now. This here is Vintage Story. It is a very cool, fun game. Chat, you know what? It's been long enough that I can turn links back on. Give me a second. How do I turn those back on? How do I allow links again? Oh, there it goes. Alright. That should be set now. You should be able to send links now. I am so sorry that is on me. Hope one day you become, rich. See, I don't want to be rich. I just want to be able to live off of my art. Deadass. Like, the thought of ever being properly rich and wealthy is one that honestly, I'm not, it feels weird and a little uncomfortable. I want to be comfortable, you know? I want to make enough money to be able to live full-time off of my art and have, you know, money to up my production value here and there. But I don't want to be rich. Like, I don't think I could ever be Iron Mouse levels of big or anything like that. I don't want to have hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just want to be able to make a living off of the things I create. There we go. All right. We have Link. Oh, I like this a lot. One sec. Your use of colors is so cute. The ginger boy on that side reminds me a lot of a character I have. That's very cute. I'm a sucker for, like, ginger hair being so deadass. I'm a sucker for ginger hair. Oh, the coloring is so nice. I love the way you fucking color. Thank you for sharing. Guys, you should totally go follow Mad Polaris. Do it. I'm holding a gun to your head. Chat, I'm threatening you with the gun that I own. Chat, I'm gonna shoot you with the gun that I own, unless you follow Mad Polaris. The more money you have, the more punk shows you can go to. Okay, but at a certain point, I'm going to all the punk shows I have the energy for. I'm gonna be dead ass. I already go to as many shows as I have the energy for. The thing that stops me is never, time. Or rather, never money, you know? There are definitely like large festivals I'd love to go to, but I can't afford to take that time off of streaming anyway. So I limit myself to a few festivals a year. Thank you, I appreciate it. Of course, of course. You're a super talented artist, and I really appreciate you, and I am glad to have met you. The fuck is this? Gonna assume that this is a player-made structure. Going to hope that this is a player-made structure. You can get your body unscuffed. Oh, no amount of money is doing that. Oh, so I don't think I've talked about this in a few hours now. I saw my cardiologist today, chat. I had a meeting with my a meeting. Yeah, I had a meeting with my cardiologist. I had an appointment with my cardiologist today. To go over the results of my some of the tests that have been run, and the conclusion that has been come to is I do not have POTS, but I do have orthostasis, also just known as orthostatic hypotension, which we already knew. We were just narrowing down other stuff, which POTS and orthostatic hypotension look really similar in that they are both conditions, they're both forms of dysautonomia, and the symptoms are almost identical, aside of what the root cause is. Because in like POTS, it is elevated heart rate. In orthostasis, it is low blood pressure. And in both cases, your heart's just not doing what it needs to in order to get blood where it needs to go. The treatment being avoid intense physical activity, wear compression socks, and consume a lot of salt. So, you know, this is my life. POTS, Morgan. POTS. An appointment is just a meeting you schedule in advance. I think most meetings are also scheduled in advance. All this to say, we basically have our answer, and it's just the stuff I have to fix, or not fix, but I have to address with lifestyle changes, which sucks. It always sucks when there's not, like, a cure. But more than anything, I'm just happy to know what's going on and to have steps forward. And hopefully, things are going to get better. How do you know you have it? Is it being tired 24/7? Okay, so, both POTS and orthostatic hypotension are forms of dysautonomia, which are conditions wherein the autonomic nervous system is not telling the heart what to do, is failing to tell the heart how to act. The most visible symptoms are going to be, yes, fatigue, especially after physical activity, but also things like fainting. Dizziness when standing is huge. One of the biggest signs is, do you consistently get dizzy when you stand up? Dizziness, fainting, can also include things like nausea at times. Now, with POTS, you're gonna notice very fast heart rate when standing and a massive change in heart rate from sitting to standing, or from laying down to standing. With POTS, you'll typically, the diagnostic criteria is a change of at least 30 BPM in the heart rate from laying down to standing. And for orthostatic hypotension, which is what I've got, it is a certain drop in blood pressure. I don't know the number for that one on top of my head. But at a certain point, the blood pressure drops enough for it to be diagnosable. And in both conditions, it's an issue of blood pooling in the extremities and not reaching the brain and the rest of the body. Compression socks, high sodium diet is just a regular 20-something twink like. Okay, fuck you. Made an appointment to get a primary care doctor. Congratulations! I appreciate, I'm very proud of you for that. I know how hard that is. I had to go through that recently. Syncope is a fun word. I know what syncope is. So my thing might be different. I'm tired all the time. Yeah, if you're not experiencing heart issues, it's probably not dysautonomia. Gonna be dead ass, could just be depression. Depression can just make you tired all the time. If you're also a frequent consumer of caffeine, you're gonna be tired all the time. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but if you get really used to being constantly caffeinated, you're gonna feel tired all the time when you're not caffeinated. You're too long for your heart, something like that. We'll go with that. Speaking of which, need more coffee, BRB, good job. Depression also causes memory loss. Yeah, depression can cause memory loss, this is true. Lead ore. Zinc. Do these normally occur on the surface? I don't remember. Caffeine is a drug after all? True. Yeah, depression can cause exhaustion, memory loss, things like that, yeah. They're like less prominent symptoms, or rather, being tired all the time is actually just like a really normal characteristic depression symptom, but like memory loss is a little bit less like prevalent, and a little less like common, but it is a thing. If fatigue is delayed by 12 to 27 hours post-exertion, could be ME/CFS, yeah. I still want to look into that. I do still want to look into that condition. I don't know who I talk to or how I look into getting that diagnosed. Fuck. Okay. Because I'll do this thing where I'll go to a punk show and I'll mosh the whole time, and like I'm obviously tired when I'm moshing. Like, you know, I'm exhausted, but I take a break from the pit for like, you know, 15 minutes and I jump back in there and I'm fine. You know, I mosh and I definitely feel the ache in my muscle, but I'm not like bedridden. And then I will go to sleep and sleep for 12 hours. You know, I kind of want to look into chronic fatigue for that reason. Hello, Nat Puff, bark bark bite bite. Did you see Papa Meat did a video on moshing? I did not see this. No, I don't know who Papa Meat is. But yeah, no, for it's very specifically the way in which, like, I will, you know, push my body hard at a show, and obviously that's going to be exhausting. That's going to be exhausting for anyone. Moshing is a very heavy physical activity. But I will go to one show, mosh for a few hours, and then sleep for 12 hours and be bedridden the next day. That's not normal. No worries, Vox Marinix. Bark bite bite. Like, it's totally normal that I would be tired after moshing, but being, like, oftentimes bedridden the entire next day, more than just muscle ache, that's not normal. So I need to talk to a doctor about that. But, you know. At the very least, I have enough answers to, like, help me start navigating shit. Which is nice. We like it when that happens. Sounds like PEM episodes. Can you define that for me? Oh, post-exertional malaise. My bad, my bad. Yeah. Mosh pit with narcolepsy? I would like it to stop, you know? This is a very long journey home, chat. I've been walking home for like 30 minutes. Never had a handle on what my sleep schedule should look like. I get episodes of insomnia. I mean, I do the same thing. I don't sleep at normal hours. I do not sleep at normal hours. I love not sleeping at normal hours. I've never slept at normal hours, and I'm not gonna start today. I have been sleeping relatively normal hours recently. It's been weird. Like, the fact that I'm starting to get tired right now is not normal. The fact that I am starting already to feel tired, not normal, not a fan. Do not enjoy. But I have been going to bed between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. lately, so. Okay. I hope that no monsters kill me. That'd be really inconvenient. I am kind of running around in the middle of the night right now, so I'm starting to worry about that. Ogre. Ugh. Wild. I really don't like running around in the night like this. Hello, Dream Guardian cast mods. Can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Hi, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues here on twitch.tv. Folks cast is a longtime friend of the channel. One of the, honestly, folks I've known the longest in this community. Dream Guardian VTuber, absolute sweetheart, 100% deserving of your time and support. Make sure you give some love to Cass over here. How is your stream? What were you up to today? Bye. He has left us for the earlier risers. He has forsaken the gifts of the muses. My life has just been forcing me to get up early lately. I will be back on my normal bullshit soon, I promise. I will be back to being a night owl very soon, I swear. This ain't lasting. Playing a bit of a weird ROM hack of a Nest Soccer RTS game. Fascinating. Hope you've been having fun with it. No boy feel like you can have a normal sleep schedule? Not for long. Bro, I need a pit too. I'm so sad you missed... Oh! I'm so sad you missed out on Prince Daddy. Because that was probably the best pit I've been in this year. That was the best pit I've been in this year. I'm gonna build a little hidey hole. Can someone in the server tell me when it's daytime, please? Hello, Safi! I'm back! I'm in my new home! Bye. But no, last week I saw a band called Prince Daddy and the Hyena. I would heavily recommend y'all listen to them. They're absolutely incredible. But I got to see Prince Daddy live, and it was an incredible show. It is by far the best pit I have had this year. And I'm sure it'll get outdone before the year is up. We're only in May. God, we're in May already. Jesus fucking Christ, I need time to stop passing. But in any case, it was an amazing fucking show. Holy shit. Hi, Safi, guys. You should go give Safi some love. We need to talk about when we're next collaborating. Bite. But yeah, I'm currently in my new place. It's going well. I'm so sad you missed out on that show. Lucky you would have loved it. It was amazing. Well, Constitutes makes an excellent pit. I want a pit that is very a lot of I want like a good group of people. Like I feel like a good pit somewhere around like 10 people, give or take, is a really good like number of people. It's like a minimum for a good pit. I want it violent. I want people pushing each other around, getting shoved. I want to be losing my balance. Um, I want to be ping ponging around the room. I want it to be active for most of the show. And then be very reactive to the music. You know, you gotta like when the fucking drop hits, when the hard part of the song kicks in, you gotta up the the pace. I like people who are willing to goof off and do silly shit. I like when someone just introduces a weird random move that's definitely not a standard mossing style, but everyone else starts copying them, and now you're all like line dancing at the punk show or some shit. I love that when there's a amount of unity, and I love when people aren't crowd killing. Cause fuck crowd killing. Just pull up their music and then choose fire. They're really good, and I just saw them live last week. It was very good. Can't believe the prince is a daddy. No, I hate that. Not my kink. Welcome back with your coffee, Morgan. If it helps, I've already had an energy drink today, and I'm currently drinking a tea because I need caffeine in me. I need the littlest bit of caffeine that this has. Okay, crowd killing is... One sec, let me pull up some crowd killing videos, because it'll be easier than explaining it. Okay, there's literally just a video here that's explaining crowd killing. Let's watch this short. I love YouTube shorts.
But crowd killing is when the mosher like moshes against the people surrounding the pit, like forming the pit. The people forming the circle, most likely they're just there to like, they just like to watch the dancers, right? And occasionally jump in. But crowd killers just think they're Mr. Big Dick, Mr. Tough Guy. I'm gonna go punch these people that don't want to be a part of this. Some cases are so ridiculous. Like if you're at a hardcore show, okay, I get it. But I was at an easy core show once. This is what easy core sounds like.
Okay, that's gonna get me copyright struck. But in any case, crowd killing is going up against the folks that are like on the edge of the pit or up against the walls and whatnot, and kind of beating them up even when they're not evidently part of it. It's going to people who are obviously not actively part of the pit and intentionally targeting them and beating them up. And very often, you will see big guys go up to like the smallest woman they can find at the show and just start beating the fuck out of them. And we don't appreciate that. We don't appreciate crowd killing. Crowd killing kind of assumes that it's being done without permission or consent. It is unfortunately a thing that will happen at a lot of shows. Especially hardcore shows. I don't see it too often in the punk scene, but it happens occasionally. And, like, there's a difference between, you know, you're in the pit, you get shoved over, you knock into the crowd. There's a difference between that and, like, actively going out of your way to beat up someone who's on the edge of the pit, you know, to be perfectly clear. First time what crowd killing was when I accidentally went to a hardcore show. In any case, there will be an ad hitting soon. Apologies, folks. I am trying to wait out the night in-game. Now I need to ask what the difference between hardcore and easycore. I don't fucking know. I have no clue. Don't ask me. Music genres aren't real. Chat, hot take. Music genres aren't real, and I'm sick of pretending they are. going to the mediocre course show tonight because I'm feeling it. Music genres are kind of like gender. I hate that you're right. I don't know jack shit. I listen to music that sounds good. I have a theory that music genres are a racist concept created by music labels. It's partially a thing created by community and whatnot, but also they're not real. Like, tell me one thing in common between Days and Days and Local News Legend aside from the fact that they both primarily play on acoustic instruments. And yet they're both folk punk. When I used to need to get hit in the face, I used to go to spar in a boxing gym. Okay, fuck you. I'll beat you up, how about that? Morgan, that sounds amazing. Peak. Genres are boring, I just want to listen to cool stuff real. Chad, have we considered that I just like music? I enjoy music, you know? I think political acoustic music is cool. My taste in music is acoustic and political. #1 music band right here. Chad, I think music is cool. It's a good day when I learn to spar. You can keep the boots on. Yeah. I'm sure I can. I'm sure you love that. I'm sure you would love that, Azal. Oh my god, chat. I remember that Set It Off existed last night. And now I'm unironically listening to early Set It Off again. Like, pre-duality Set It Off. Set It Off. No, me too, Azal. I was so into that shit back in high school. I was so into Set It Off back in like, how do I say? I was so into Set It Off in like the mid 2010s. And then I fell off of them with Duality. Duality sucked. I have not listened to any modern Set It Off, but I know I was really into Cinematic and Horrible Kids. Yeah, but it's still just A glitching back and forth. Oh no. Refresh? Great as L. That's My Chemical Romance, not Set It Off. Different band. You know what? I'm gonna coin this actually. Horizontal moshing as a term for sex. Hell yeah. Oh, edgy teen bands in general. Valid. I miss that shit. I miss like edgy 2010s emo music. Okay, okay. Thank you so much for the follow, Lilycat. I'm so sorry for not answering your DMs. I have been doing my best. I'm pretty sure I still owe you a DM response. I might be thinking of someone else. Oh, no. All good. Twitch is weird sometimes. Apologies. I'm so sorry for not responding to your DMs. I have spent the last week moving, and I am now moved in and finally back. How have you been, though, Barbara Bye Bye? Amos is the music of their youth. I do indeed. No, like, I miss My Chemical Romance. Vibing and driving, thought I'd check in. Hell yeah! It's lovely to see you. I hope you've been doing well. What have you been up to lately? How do I know when it's daytime? Unlike you actually remember 9/11, child. Fuck you, okay? Okay? I was not born yet. I was not born yet in 9/11. Fuck you. Just trying my best to get into a mental spot, or get back into a good mental spot to stream. Understandably, like, I'll be so real. Streaming is difficult and stressful. It takes a lot of mental capacity, and we don't always have that. I'm proud of you. I'm so much older than AE, problematic age gap. Excuse you, I'm 24, okay? I'm 24. It's not like I'm fucking 18 or some shit. It's not like I'm under 20. I was in first grade, so I'll go down. Hello, McDoomington! Bark, bark, bite, bite. But being raised in a super isolated religious family, because I don't have nostalgia for popular bands, only off-brand religious versions. I miss MCR. Well, do you miss Thousand Foot Crutch? See, I wasn't able to get into MCR until like 2016, you know? Like, you say that, but most of my music taste I formulated at the ages of 16 or older. But no, I hope you're able to get into a good mental spot for streaming soon, Lilycat. It's definitely not an easy thing to do. Content creation is hard and scary and stressful. Take all the time you need, figure shit out. I'm proud of you. Indeed, Neko Boy Blue. Bark, bark, bite, bite. In all your trips around the city, have you listened to the radio, or are you more of an aux cord? I listen to music on streaming services and or CDs I already own. I don't listen to the radio. What brings you to the hole in the ground? I'm pretty sure it is nighttime. I can check the status on that real quick. Oh, never mind, it's daytime now. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Fuck you. Die in a hole. Cool. Huh? You can also just press C? Huh. Well, now I know that. Sorry, my throat does not like me right now. I hope I'm not getting sick. That would be absolutely horrid. It would be very horrid to be getting sick right after finally moving into the new place. That'd be extremely inconvenient. But no, welcome back, Neko Boy Blue. Did you see that we went through the archives last time I streamed this? We're currently venturing back to town. I'm planning on restarting the server now that like the new update is out in early June. But I'll make the world download for this available for anyone who wants it. With how young E looks, ugh. Okay, listen. I unfortunately am cursed with severe baby face, so people regularly assume that I'm like 19. And it's low-key kind of frustrating. IRL people very frequently assume that I am baby, and it's a little bit frustrating. Not gonna lie to you. Didn't catch last time. Played the archive with a friend. Boss is not fair. Yeah, no, that boss was an experience. It is way too powerful in multiplayer to be so fair. I hope they rebalance it. Oh my god, my throat does not like me right now. Alright. Do you want the opposite, where you're me and constantly look like a depressed divorced 30-something? I mean, no, but I would like to look my age, you know? I am 24 years old and have people assuming I'm a baby because I have baby face. And that's really annoying when I'm trying to make friends at the punk scene. Because the people who keep approaching me wanting to be my friend are like fucking babies. And the people I approach all go, "How old are you?" when I ask them for their Instagram. You guys, you don't understand the number of times I have asked for someone's Insta or contact info and had them go, "How old are you?" before they're willing to hand that info over. Which, good on them. Good on them. I am glad that, like, the 30-somethings and the late 20s are being wary in who they're maintaining close contact with. But damn. His security's key on the show. I'm 24. If we get you a cap that says Halo 3, they'll stop asking. Are we sure about this? Its scaling is bad, the room is full of damaging spikes you can't see, combined knockback effects and weird animations. It's just hell yeah. Like, I like the concept of it. I think they need to rebalance it, you know? I think they need to rebalance it. Yeah, apologies that I'm a little bit baby-faced, Grim. And, like, I don't mind, being friends with, like, the early 20-year-olds, but I do definitely conduct myself differently around the friends who are, like, 20 compared to the friends who are, like, 25 plus, you know? I definitely, like, engage differently in those situations, and so being a little bit baby-faced, makes navigating friendships a little bit weird. I think a lot of people in like my age range also kind of maintain a similar distinction there, and that people kind of tend to assume I am younger IRL makes it a little bit complicated and annoying at times. That's so fair. I have a bunch of friends like 25ish because my brother, so I get it. Yeah. Like I'm chill being friends with, like, the you know, 19, 20-year-olds in the scene, but I am going to conduct myself differently than I'm going to with people who are, like, you know, on the older end. The dynamic is meaningfully different just due to where we are at in life, you know? Oh! Okay, this shit again. One sec, chat, I'm running for my life from a bear. Don't mind me. I'm pretty sure it's still behind me. Okay, never mind, I'm safe. Thank God. Do I have food? I do. It's not much, but it's something. Never mind, it was a lot. You think I even have experience here in the punk scene? Getting chased by bears? I don't tend to be their type, for some reason. I tried to think about getting mauled to death to, get dizzy and trip AE. Motherfucker. Bear. I don't know. I've never really had bears flirt with me. I'm gonna be honest, most of the people who flirt with me are trans women. Just a pattern I've noticed. You know? Nah, most of the people I'm interested in flirting with also are gonna be also twinks. I'm allowed twink. I mostly flirt with other twinks, and then for some reason I get flirted with by a lot of trans women. Is a trans woman? Yeah, that checks out. Yeah. Listen, I've interacted with enough of the LGBT community. I know what I'm in for. It's the Leon effect. It really is. It really is. Whatever the fuck kind of energy Leon Kennedy gives off, apparently that's me. And I just have to be okay with that. On the final day of the server was burn the entire server to the ground. No, I'm gonna save a world download for anyone who wants it. I'll probably do a stream on like the last week that it'll be up. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I want to do like one more stream on this version of the server, and then we'll start a new world on the new update. You know, we'll figure it out. Twink for twink. You have the same energy, but without chiseled muscles. What do you? Oh, okay, got it. As Leon Kennedy, understood. Save the version that burned down. We could do that. But it doesn't really get the Leon Levy's attractive but not pups type. Real and valid. Ultimately, I mean, that's all it is. People have different types, you know. There's lots of people, there's lots of people that I've seen other people express attraction to that are definitely not my type. I'm not into the vast majority of women. My taste in women is, like, very specifically, like, more mask-presenting punk women, you know? I'm not into most women. But I know a lot of people who are really into women. I am personally mostly into men, and it's a lot of twinks and twunks. I too am not in the majority of women. God, I love women, and I'm so happy for you, Kat. I don't like most women. Chances are our tastes don't overlap very much, given you are a lesbian, and like 90% of my attraction is towards men and mask-adjacent people. But ultimately, you know, our tastes are going to be different. I'm mostly into men, but I don't like strong, buff, big men. I'm mostly into twinks and twunks and guys with more feminine energy, you know? All this to say that taste is very complex and individual. I think Leon Kennedy is hot, and I've seen some very good content of him, but that's not going to be everyone. In any case, chat, we've made it safely home. I am a sucker for men with long hair. Anyway, I'm normal. Chat, I'm incredibly normal about men with long hair. It's so weird returning to bed after all of this. Or home, I guess. Returning home after all of this. It feels weird having a place to call home sometimes. Hello, Radiance Red! Thank you for the raid! Welcome on in, folks! Hello, hello, everybody! Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues and playing video games on the internet. Welcome on in. We're playing some Vintage Story on the community server right now. And this is also my first stream back after moving into a new apartment. How goes it? How was your stream? Playing some Vintage Story on our end. Sick to see another Vintage Enjoyer. Hell fucking yeah. It's so lovely to see you, genuinely. Hope you had an amazing night. I love Vintage Story. I've got a community server we've had going for a few months. We're going to be restarting it in June on the new update. I'm excited. Bark bark bite bite. Long hairless twink build is pathetic. Yeah, basically. But no, I hope things have been going well. Thank you so much for the raid and the support. I appreciate the hell of it. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, please put yourselves first and foremost, though. Thank you for making me normal, Natalie. Appreciate it. There we go. There we go. I've loaded. Took me a second to load. Ah! Thank you so much, Allura Kitsune for the raid as well. Mods, let's get a shout out as soon as we can. Might be a second. Apologies, folks. But it's so lovely to see you. Hello, everybody. I am Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me playing fucking retro games while talking queer and leftist issues here on the internet. It's a pleasure to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hope you're having an amazing night. We're currently hanging out on the community server. How are you? What were you up to? Decided to make things challenging and tried a single-player hardcore playthrough. Got through our first temporal storm as well. Congratulations! I think I would perish if I did that. I'm bad at video games. I'm very bad at games. But no, I hope you've been having fun with it. Congrats on surviving your first temporal storm. Keep on loving, keep on fighting, all that jazz. Okay, nothing's going on with any of this. Got it. Hell yeah, thank you so much, Moz, for getting that shout out. Everyone give love to our lovely raiders here. I've never played Abiotic Factor. What kind of game is it? I gotta figure out actually like what I do now. Because the server's pretty dead and quiet right now, and I'm not sure what progression I really do right now outside of like looking around at what the people have built. Is this server on normal survival difficulty, or did it get tweaked a little? I don't know. I think we're on normal difficulty. Hello, not pancake. Bye bite. I think Half-Life 1, but as a scientist in crafting survival. I have not played Half-Life 1 either. One thing you will learn about me is that I have not played many games. I did not grow up playing video games. I do not know what I'm doing. Server was tweaked a bit to have lower hunger rates? Yeah. That sounds right. Welcome back, my Lourdes of Shorts. It's lovely to see you. Oh, where's my to-do list? Before I forget. I gotta mark a couple things off.
Oh shit.
Glad to be here after a while. Hope this little bit helps. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you. It does mean a lot. Now, I'm finally moved into the new place. I'm really excited for what the near future is gonna bring. So far, things are working out really well here. We haven't had any internet issues or anything. I'm really excited for what the near future is gonna look like, genuinely.
Oh shit.
Yo, Howie! Welcome on in! Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, hello! Hi there! Welcome on in, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm your loud bastard here on the internet. I'm a loud punk, an anarchist. I talk about queer and leftist issues here on the channel, oftentimes over the background of fun games like Vintage Story. It's so lovely to see you. We're currently hanging out on the community server. How was your stream? Everyone on my end, make sure you give Howie some love. Fellow punk VTuber, good friend of the channel. Please make sure you take care of yourself, get some food, some water, some rest, but it's so lovely to see you! Were you doing vintage again yourself?
Oh shit.
Welcome on in, Barius as well. Thank you for the follow. Barber by Bite. Hello, Pengi. Hi. Hi, I haven't talked to you in a while. I hope you've been well. Barber by Bite. Barber by Bite. Guys, Pengi is very cool and talented. Welcome on in as well to Yax. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Very excited our P server starts a new season this weekend. Hell yeah! Hope you enjoy. I would love to do an RP server sometime if I felt like I was capable of making good content out of it. I don't think I could make good content out of it, just given like the style I run with my channel, but I love the idea so much. No, I'm so proud of you. Hope you've been having an amazing time with it. Make sure you get some food, some water, some rest, because I'm sure you've been streaming for a while. Because for all of our raiders, self-care is absolutely a priority. Do what you need to be okay in your body. This is my first stream back after moving into a new apartment. So like life's been scary and all sorts of fascinating, but honestly I'm really happy with the way things are turning out. If I can do it, you can do it. Perhaps. It is something to think on. We're actually going to be moving on to a new server ourselves soon, given the update happened recently and a lot of the mods are finally starting to update. So I'm thinking early June we're moving to a new server for the community. I go eat and lurk later. Of course. Appreciate you. We should do something again sometime soon. Bark by bite. Actually playing on the same server? Oh shit. We love to see it. Alright, I'm gonna explore, I think, what everyone's built for a little while, because fuck it, I don't really have any goal right now. I think I've done most of what I want to do on this, and after this I just want to focus on figuring out what I'm gonna do for the updated server. Because a lot of people have a lot of high-tech industry going, and I don't know how to do any of that. So we're just gonna explore and look at other people's creations for a little while. So this is Astra's setup here. Very big house. Got storage going. What the fuck is this? Hell of Hammer base. Oh, is this for smithing? Fascinating. I did not know you could do that. Okay. Big smithery setup over here. Alright, cute little access to the roof, I guess? Seems like a shortcut or something. Yeah, you got the bloomeries up here. Still the burden of the pump of the town? Okay, listen. I just don't know how to do a lot of shit. I'm doing my best. It looks like this house never quite got finished. Oh, that's unfortunate. Gonna keep exploring a little bit. Yeah, because this doesn't have a roof. Not sure what's up with that. Unless maybe it was intentional. I don't know. Oh no, where is this Jersey? I'm just exploring. I think it's cool. I have no clue what's going on here. Hopper. Elbow shoot, wooden chest. Pulverizing frame. Okay. I'm gonna guess that's similar to the Kern? No worries on not finishing stuff, and we're gonna hop onto a new server eventually. I'm just exploring because I think it's cool. Like, next server I want to have more established lore and kind of a character that I'm intending to play. Which will give me particular goals to work towards, and we can focus on like establishing community and figuring out like resources and shit, and I'm excited for that. The lightning nearby. I hope everything's okay. If you need to step away to take care of anything, make sure you do what you gotta. Okay. Nah, I fuck with it. This place is really cute. You got your little cooking setup here. It's nice. I'm like taking notes and inspo from people. Yeah, new server start of the month, I'm thinking. Do I have anything else edible? I could just eat the flax that I have, if need be. Notice you sometimes do a little purr, something similar. Curious where you got that. Oh, I will answer that question in a moment. Welcome on in. Hello, Vivi. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You'll find me talking queer and leftist issues here on Twitch.tv. We're currently playing some Vintage Story on the community server. How are y'all doing tonight? It's lovely to see you. Everyone on my end, Vivi is a wonderful mad scientist VTuber and longtime friend of the channel. If you like the times when I talk about science and biology, you'll like it even better out of her because she actually knows what she's talking about. Make sure you give her some love. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? Bye. Oh, I should also mention, hello everybody. Hi, this is my first stream from a brand new apartment that I just moved into. It's like the first time I have moved into a new place since the homelessness saga. The first time I've had like a long-term living situation really in a long time, and I'm really excited and really happy. It is a wonderful place so far, and I'm liking where life is headed. Thank you so much for the follow, Lloyd Tavner. I was basically gone for a week while I focused on moving and getting settled into the new place, and it's going very well. I really like the new place. But if anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, make sure you take care of yourselves first and foremost. We're just chilling a Vintage Story. We're gonna be restarting the server relatively soon. I'm thinking in early June, so I'm kind of looking around, touring myself through the place, catching up with what everyone has built. Start a raid and run? No worries, please take care of yourself first and foremost. You got this. But yeah, no, I just moved into a new apartment, and I really love it so far. It's a much larger place than where I was before. I'm living with someone that I care about and consider a close friend. Life's good. Life is really good right now. And I would not be able to do a lot of this without, like, the support that this community has offered me. So thank you, everyone. That I'm able to exist comfortably is only thanks to you all. That I have this form of happiness that I have found is only thanks to— oh, no, fuck! Rip torch. God fucking damn it. It's just inconvenient. God damn it. I was too confident in my ability to parkour. I'm gonna commit a crime. Have we considered that? Have we considered crime as an option? I'll worry about this on land. I appreciate all the congratulations. It has been very scary and very expensive moving into a new place, but I really like the way that life is working out. Good shit's coming. This is the start of bigger and better things. I have not been watching it. I've had multiple people tell me that I would like it. I would like to check it out if I could find a place to watch it. I'm just not sure what services it's on, and also I don't have free time. So like I want to, I just don't know how to.
Oh shit.
I don't watch a whole lot of shows or movies because of the lack of free time, because I struggle to sit still, but I wanna get better about that. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate the hell out of you. I want to watch more shows and consume more media. It's just something that has not been super accessible to me in the past. Can you parkour with broadly points to your heart with that? I can fucking try. I can try. If not, I will force you to watch it with me. Alright, do it. Do it, gun emoji. fucking make me. Do it, gun emoji. Alright, I want to see what's going on here. So we got a shit ton of berry bushes, got some little fields, not growing anything at the moment. Look at all them chickens. First I must eat, of course, please take care of yourself first and foremost. Looks like got a greenhouse here. Still nothing growing, but that's how it goes. Oh. Thank you for the curse of scuff. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, Serenophilothi as well. Never forgive people responsible for making the gun emoji into a water pistol. I am so mad about it. I don't know if this is actually why they made the change, but it's my personal headcanon. And I will continue to be mad about it until the end of time. I feel like this is very indicative of the ways in which these large companies have strived to sanitize our consumption of media in order to protect their own image. These companies want to make sure that when you're using their phones that you're never faced with uncomfortable or violent imagery. That they never have to potentially be associated with or be responsible for any violent things you might say. And so they are further trying to sanitize your experience of using their devices by doing things like taking away your fucking gun emojis. So much of what is quote-unquote acceptable on the internet and in our mainstream conversations and in our media is determined entirely by advertisers who want to make sure that their products are not placed to anything that might make you uncomfy. To make sure that you never associate them with a negative feeling. And I hate it. I fucking hate it. Give me my gun emoji back. I want my gun emoji back. Great, I need food. I could just eat the flax that's in my inventory. You know what? I don't care. And then said advertisers push AI girlfriends off. Like, okay, fuck generative AI. It is kind of endlessly funny to me that these AI companies have had to put like child locks on their AI girlfriend apps to make sure the AI girlfriend doesn't have sex with you. You know? Give me gun emoji, gun emoji. Exactly. You understand, Cat. You understand. Gun emoji. Fuck generative AI, but the fact that these companies gotta put the child lock on their Gen AI to make sure that it doesn't have sex with you is wild. Sword emoji will have to do. And I do appreciate sword emoji. I'm glad we still have sword emoji in this day and age. But I miss gun emoji. Why am I getting tired? I'm sad about this. I'm gonna try to push to 6 hours. My sleep schedule has not been conducive to that lately. Oh, right. I'm very autistic. This is a stim for me. It is a self-soothing behavior. It is just something that I do to kind of calm myself unconsciously. I don't even notice I'm doing it most of the time. I learned to do it by mimicking bird calls. There you go. Injecting 1 million kilograms of caffeine into AE. Surely this will have no bad side effects. Chat, I tried not to consume caffeine for 2 days, and I got such bad headaches that I couldn't drive. And so I had to consume caffeine just so I could focus on the road and drive. I hate caffeine withdrawal. Spray body emoji putting in work. I've been tempted to make a gun emoji, but they're technically against Switch TOS. So yeah, chat, I've been suffering. Brain implosion energy, 10,000 grams of pure caffeine. Hello, Super Camborg. Everyone's rating right now. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues here on Twitch. It's so lovely to see you. It's my first stream back after moving into a new apartment, and life is fucking good. Life is really good. I'm really happy with the new place. I'm happy with the streaming conditions thus far. I'm really, really excited for the near future for the doors this is gonna open. Hee. And the Lord said, "You may not kiss your AI slop girlfriend." Good to go say goodnight to my partners? No worries, no worries. You take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate the hell out of you. I send my love. Big stretch. Thank you for the hydrate, Kefir. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to push for 6 hours. My sleep schedule might not be in a place where I can do that. I'm gonna try. Alright? Alright? I'm gonna try. If I only get to like 5.5, we will accept that. I really hate ending before 6 hours ever, but the eepy sneepy is starting to kick in. To be fair, you are getting 4 streams out of me this week, chat. I'm live tonight, I'm going to be live Wednesday, and I'm going to be live Friday and Saturday as well, so there will be no lack of AE content this week. So even if I do cut like half an hour early, I am not allowed to feel bad about it. Is this amenable? Become day. Become daytime. Yeah, y'all are getting spoiled this week. It's my first week back after moving. Of course I'm gonna spoil you a little bit. Of course I'm gonna spoil y'all a tiny bit. Simply perishes from AE overdose. Aw, don't die. Reminder, suffering does not equate to success. Enjoying yourself produces lower quality content. This is the lesson I'm learning, that like I'm not going to produce my best content if I'm too tired to perform, and sometimes even if I haven't hit 6 hours, I do gotta just accept that. I love how you're invisible to me, Baphomet. I love that you were just a name tag. Source literally everyone, yeah. I've been having to accept recently that sometimes I do need to cut things a little bit early in order just to like do my best the rest of the time. In any case, right now we're exploring and we are seeing what everyone has been building around town. Oh, Baphomet's expanded the place a bit. Okay. Got an aged crate. Don't know what's in there. Oh, just beeswax. Hell yeah. Each Just pink apple tree cuttings. You know what? Good for you. A lot of very specific stuff in storage. But that's how it goes sometimes, I guess. Proud of you, bye. My internet might not last than 6 hours, low quality, having a tough time with it. I hope things get better, Draken Sword. I hope whatever internet issues that you are facing get resolved soon. I still don't understand how, like, any of this shit works. Heritage building right there. Indeed. Happy that I was able to finalize my character's arc, only just beginning. Hell yeah. I mean, hey, we're gonna be moving to the second version of the story of the server soon, and I'm very excited to, like, write more lore for it. Big stretch. The shaky poof tail, bark bye. So it looks like this is all, yeah, alcohol production. Which is a process I'm realizing I never actually messed with. Chat, I never learned how to do alcohol production in this. Pretty easy, a lot of fruit juice in a barrel and forget. Fair. I never figured out how to make fruit juice either. I don't think Neko did too much. Yeah, he's got his advanced butchery table. Some nice stuff. A meat freezer. I didn't know that was a thing. My shack with the murder basement. Listen, everybody needs a murder basement. I also have a murder basement. Got a few vanilla-friendly mods I would like to recommend for next season, so I'll be dropping the suggestions channel soonish. Absolutely, please do. I did notice you also had a wall-mounted pelt mod that I'm very excited for. Meat freezers are awesome. Love it. Noted. One simply must have a murder basement. Chat, sometimes a gamer just needs a murder basement as a trait. You know? What do we got down here? No clue. Cool. No fucking clue what this is. I don't think I could fit in there even if I tried. Delicious. Also, Monster Kicker, you should maybe hit me up sometime about some of the lore you're writing. I think you already did, I just haven't had a chance to look at it, but I'm going to try to before the restart, to make sure that people are on this, the people who are more interested in lore production are on the same page. Is that fucking lava? Do I just, like, perish instantly if I touch it? At me in the Discord server. I'm not, like, dying being near it. Not instantly, just, very close to it. Jesus Christ, so that creates obsidian, huh? How do you get more lava, then? Oh, clever. And what do you do with obsidian? ingredient for... Okay, lots of things you can do, but like, what here's useful? What's the point of obsidian? You don't do much with it, but check the mill. Alright, one sec. Big stretch. Like the bill downstairs in your house? You want me to just remind you to look at what I already posted? Yes, please. This is really pretty. The fanned mixed cobblestone. Damn. I know I noticed you have obsidian as your walls here. But your lava is... Fair point, Azal. Fair point. The walls, that's it. Understood, understood. Well, it looks cool. Good work. It looks very nice. Or to drink, forbidden French onion soup. Alright, I have no clue what the fuck this is. Coke. You know what? Have fun. Good for you. Alright, we got the meat racks, which definitely doesn't feel ominous at all. Stone cop. Who the fuck died? Who's buried here? Whose funeral was this? Did I miss something? Mine? Better version of coal created by burning coal in an oxygenless environment? So, I'm just now realizing that coke is probably a thing that I wasn't aware of. I'm realizing right now that there must be something that is called coke that I'm not aware of. Because I'm gonna be dead ass, I saw that I went, are we doing drugs? Because that's not the right color for that. You know? My reaction was, what kind of coke are you smoking? 90% of the reason I know what coke is because I've modded Minecraft. Understandable. There are indeed other... You know what? Alright, give me a second. Hello, Google. Oh, one sec. I'm getting damaged. Let me get inside where they can't hurt me. When you perform the charcoal process on black hole, you get coke. Alright. Coke is a gray, hard, porous fuel with high carbon content produced by heating bituminous coal in an air-free oven at temperatures up to 2000 Fahrenheit. Huh. It burns hotter and cleaner than raw coal. Huh. I genuinely thought that someone had just, like, for the hell of it, produced, or, like, made fake cocaine. My brain went to cocaine. Think of coke as super concentrated, coal. That makes sense. My brain went to cocaine. Essentially, the process is used to make charcoal at higher temperatures and coal instead of wood. Got it. Again, my brain went to cocaine. I can't be the only person who looks at that and goes cocaine. Harmonicas at you. Alright. I want to keep in. Oh, hello there, sir. Fuck off. There you go. Alright. I want to keep exploring and seeing what people have built. Okay, but bring your Narcan on? Of course. I always have Narcan on me. What kind of punk do you think I am? Narcan is specifically for opioids, though. And I don't think cocaine is an opioid. Could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. I don't think cocaine is an opioid. Alright, we got a nice storage room. Got some armor on a stand. Nice. Pretty little bed, bedside table with the hat. Got some nice stuff going. You bring Narcan for coke in case it's cut with fent. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, the reason it isn't because I have studied how steel is made. Understandable. I'm very glad that I've never gotten into harder drugs, chat. Very glad I've never gotten into harder drugs. None of this is to shame people who are into them. Do what you gotta do, live your life. It's your life. I'm very glad I've never gotten into them. See, I had to remind myself again in Mega Scales that you were talking about coke as in like coal coke and not cocaine. My brain reads the word coke and goes drug. I love all the different forms of clay there. God, there's so much going on here. I love it. I wish I had got on this level and invested. Like, I wish I had more time to invest onto the server, honestly. Because seeing, like, how well developed everyone is and all this shit, like, this is beautiful. I like it a lot. I'm not gonna shame anyone for falling into addiction. Like, it's hard. As someone who is struggling just under caffeine withdrawals, I cannot imagine, like, dealing with withdrawal from harder substances, you know? Hello, Vay Fox, welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm not the type to judge people. Is this the fucking Panopticon?
Oh shit.
Thanks so much, Willow the Dragon, for the follow as well. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Like, addiction is a very difficult trap, a very easy trap to fall into, but a very difficult one to get out of. And I'm not gonna fault people for falling into that hole. I look at how hard I'm struggling even just to, like, deal with caffeine withdrawals, you know? Got a bunch of barrels that are all currently empty. Oh, we got alcohol. I gotta figure out next time how to make alcohol. That's gonna be peak, actually. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ, some of you have been mass producing shit. Is that cheese? Damn. This game gets fancy. I didn't know it got, like, this fucking intense. Alright, alright. Does the game allow you to make a mead? Good question. Does anyone in chat know? So when okay, the way that I navigate and understand shame, like to shame someone for something is to say you have made a mistake and it is your responsibility or failing, you know. I associate shame with being told that you are incorrect in some immutable way, but that's just me. Damn, thought I had cheese. Why do I ask what? This is fucking beautiful and very fancy, though. What the transmission? Powered mixing bowl. Okay, fascinating. Got it. Never shame something for someone immutable. Like no. So the context in which I tend to understand the act of shaming someone, like to shame someone, it's a very harsh thing, you know. I'm not going to. There are things I'm going to shame people for. Those are going to be things like, you know, being a pedophile or like, fucking doing material harm to others. That's the kind of shit that I shame people for. I don't shame people for falling into psychological traps that are intentionally laid out for them. You know, I'm not gonna shame people for falling for the flaws of their biology, that their bodies and brains are hardwired to fall into. I just realized that an ad break is running and I need to put something back in my fridge real quick. I'll be right back. Shame is a thing that I reserve people. Shame is something that I only deserve for people who, like, deserve the worst. Anyone who can get better and be forgiven does not deserve shame, is I think, part of my perspective. I don't know. I have been told that I am an overly forgiving and empathetic person. I'll be deadass. That is a genuine criticism that has been made of me, and that I do think can be true at times. I'm definitely an overly permissive and forgiving person, and I believe that people can get better. And like I say, shame is something I reserve for, like, the worst people. If someone is capable of making change and improvement in their life, then shame is not something that I apply to them. But I recognize a lot of people that this might honestly just be a difference of the definition of how we define shame. Because like I say, shame is something that I reserve for the worst of the worst, for the you know, irredeemable. Because I associate the times that I have been treated with shame as being some of the worst fucking feelings of my life. You know? And yeah, like Lycan also makes the point here, when you shame people who are dealing with addiction, they don't get help. They a very important part of learning to escape addiction for most people is stopping feeling guilty about it. You oftentimes need to stop feeling fucking guilty about it and stop feeling ashamed of yourself before you can start making progress and getting better. That's part of the process. But if they didn't feel bad about it, why would they want help? I don't think you understand why people get better. Like, okay. I've been in different cycles. Not addiction, but I have a lot of very difficult mental health issues that I have struggled with for a long time that have caused me to, hurt people around me. I have BPD. I have a schizoaffective disorder. And the times where I have felt ashamed of those things are the times where I have fed into them the most. I got help when I started recognizing myself as being deserving of help. When I stopped feeling ashamed of myself for having this thing and decided that I wanted to chase my own happiness, because regardless of me having this thing, I am still someone deserving of help, you know? Shame is something that you do with the intention of creating guilt and pain in someone else. You know? And every time I have felt shame over those mental health issues, those have been the periods of time where I have refused help. I have sought out help when I was treated with empathy and understanding and patience. The times where I felt bad about myself for having those times are the times where I felt like there was no point in getting better. And I believe a lot of the same follows true with empathy, or with addiction. You need to treat people with empathy and kindness and patience. That's how you push people to get better. Shame is something that keeps people trapped, because if you're ashamed of this thing, you're not going to fucking open up about it. You're not going to seek help. You're going to feel like you are tainted and made bad by this thing. I want to see where this path leads. The function of shame is to make people feel guilt, make people want to hide things. The function of shame is to cause people pain. I do not have food on me. I might borrow food from someone. I have no clue where this leads. The idea would be that guilt leads to repentance, but that doesn't work. That's the thing, it doesn't work. That presumes that guilt actually causes people to get better, and it doesn't. It just causes them more often than not to hide the issue and allow it to fester and refuse help. I think it's very demonstrable that that doesn't work. You're just presuming the opposite? I'm telling you my lived experience shows the opposite. I'm saying my lived experience shows the opposite. This leads to my home way in the back. Got it. You're very far out, but I might come and steal some food from you. Like, I'm telling you the shit that they teach people in psychology classes and shit, you know? This is the stuff that that tends to be purported by therapists and psychologists, and which my lived experience and the lived experience of most people I have talked about indicates, you know? Yeah, that's the exact kind of shit that Christianity weaponizes as well, yeah. So why are we saying that the tool that they use to trap and abuse people is a good thing that we should weaponize against people who are hurting and have been demonstrably shown to do better and have better results in improving when we treat them with empathy? You know? Like, why are we deciding that's a good thing? I'm also kind of the mind that, like, if the only if the only person people are hurting are themselves, well, that is bad. I don't think that makes them a bad person. Like, it's unfortunate that they're hurting themselves, and I wish they wouldn't. But also, I don't think that makes them a bad person. Hello, could I steal food? I'm starving to death. Oh, I have pie. Yay. We're chilling. My parents were drug addicts. Shame and guilt just lead to excuses to go even further. Yeah, it's something that you see over and over again in like studying this shit. Anything we even do to help anyone else? It just feels like there's a lot of pre-context for shame. I'm saying the shit that both my lived experience and, like, you know, study of psychology and the brain has indicated to me, you know? When I've been shamed for my issues, it's kept me from seeking help. And I've never been an addict, but I have dealt with really bad mental health issues that caused me to do harm to people around me, and the times where I felt and experienced and was given shame are the times where I did not fucking get help. I also do think that we owe shit to the people around us, and if we don't, like I think a core tenet of leftist action is that you do owe things to the people around you, and you should care about them, and you should fight for their well-being as well. I think a core tenet of leftism is the belief that people are capable of good and that we should care about each other. And a leftist worldview does not work if we presume a world wherein people don't care about each other. Like, I don't believe that leftism is consistent with any kind of people suck ideology. I'll give no take from my view. I think you've had very unfortunate interactions with other people then, because most of the people I've met and interacted with in my life have been pretty good and chill people that I appreciate and like. You know, I would say the majority of people that I have interacted with in my life have been good people. And the majority of the people that I met in my life are people that I want to help and support. And fucking if you can't... I don't think you can call yourself a leftist if you can't agree that, like, we owe things to the people around us, you know? Alright, I wanna explore and look around because I like how decorated this is. Like, all the clutter here is really good. I don't know where you get this shit. Is this stuff you just have to find in, like, structures and by gaming and whatnot? Because, like, I love all the clutter. Oh, dark hallways. Fancy. I don't like that I'm just hearing, like, the creaking now. Oh, the no music is eerie. Display cases are broken variants found only in ruins, but you can craft pristine ones. Got it. Noted. Also totaled a bunch of furniture. You've done a very good job. It's impressive to me. I gotta take notes. Oh, I don't trust that. They can stay there. I like it though. Good work. Yeah, okay, so this was chiseled then. That's really cool actually. That is really cool. Good fucking work. Oh, but this translated to the new server would need to be from scratch. I think from scratch, unfortunately, just due to how we're going about it. I would guess from scratch. And I know it's gonna suck to lose a lot of work in progress, but we've kept this. We will have had at that point this version of the server on for 3 months, and it's a fresh start. And I feel like so many people are at the end of their progression line. It's about time for something new. It seemed like the majority of the community was ready for a fresh start. It's certainly not universal, but it seemed like the majority opinion. I love the way this kind of cuts through the mountain a little bit. God, I love like very naturalistic pathing like this. Like this is really pretty. I fuck with it heavy. I fuck with it heavy. No, I have the same ideology around like people who fall for a lot of propaganda and misinformation and shit, because like our brains are naturally wired to fall for that shit. And if you haven't been properly taught how to avoid it, if you've never been given the education and tools you need, like I struggle to blame people for falling into the traps that they are biologically wired to fall into. And I think they deserve help and empathy and opportunity to escape those holes. Like you don't convert a right-wing conspiracy theorist by shaming them and making fun of them. That just furthers their beliefs. That just brings them further down the hole. It takes patience, and admittedly not everyone's equipped to hand out that patience, but for those who can, it's a very powerful tool. Never seen anyone get convinced of anything? I really struggle, Fanatic Pharaoh, to understand what your worldview on any of this is, then. I am really struggling to put together what your overall worldview is. I have convinced people of things. I have been the reason why people became anarchists. I've radicalized people. I've radicalized people myself. I've changed people's minds. I haven't like taken any far right-wing folk and like turn them into hardcore leftists yet, but I have been the thing to ease people's opinions and thoughts on trans people. I have turned a lot of liberals into leftists. I have turned people into anarchists. I've been the reason people have gone to their first protests. I've been the reason people realized they were trans. As a leftist content creator, as someone with a public platform who interacts with hundreds of people on a daily basis, I can tell you, I've changed minds. I've changed lives. I haven't, to my knowledge, changed any like far right folks' minds yet, but I've definitely changed some fucking liberals and some less leftist folks. And you know what? I've helped some right wingers realize that not all trans people are this big scary threat. I'm not trying to present anything like a worldview. Feels pretty grand. I'm trying to figure out, okay, because when I interact with folks and they say stuff that doesn't match up with like my worldview, I try to understand where they're coming from. And the kind of worldview you're purporting is definitely not an anarchist one, or is not, at the very least, not one that is compatible with anarchism. It's a very authoritarian worldview. No worries, like in do what you gotta do, barber by bite. And so I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, because I think being able to communicate with someone to a certain extent requires you to understand where they're coming from. The way that I'm going to explain myself to a fellow anarchist is different than how I'm going to explain myself to a Marxist-Leninist. Or to a liberal. I'm going to use different talking points, and I'm going to use different points of relatedness, and I'm going to overall just communicate and hold different tact. Because I value that shit. But the idea of weaponized shame is a very inherently, like, how do I say, authoritarian worldview, and it's definitely not one consistent or viable with anarchism at all. As someone who already considered themselves an anarchist, having you as a role model definitely helped me feel more confident and bolder to take action than I had before, and I'm glad for that, genuinely. I'm glad to be a force of good in people's lives, and I'm glad to be a reason why people are taking more action. One of the core tenets of my content, is I want to get people off their phones and into the streets. I want to get people to engage in more activism outside of just talking about shit on Blue Sky, because I'm sorry, but you're not going to make a difference in the world by yelling at a politician on Blue Sky, or by arguing with another leftist on the internet. You make change by getting out on the streets, by engaging in your community. You make change by engaging in targeted boycotts. You make change by having productive conversations with others. And I try to push people towards those more helpful, productive directions. Because for a lot of my time as a content creator, I felt like I wasn't able to make a difference in the world. I felt so performative in a lot of what I was doing. I felt like I talked constantly about anarchism, but I never really, saw action out of it. And so I found ways to make this active. I found ways to make a difference through this, and a lot of that is just by helping make politics accessible to others, to help make those first steps possible. I think a dislike for certain parts becomes harmful, and destruction becomes dislike for yourself as a person. Make that sense? I am not understanding your point. But I don't know if that's because I can't read and because I'm EP Sneepy, or because of your phrasing. transient housing that I use like once. That's how it goes sometimes. I'm very prone to starter home before building large home, you know. That's cool as shit. Where did you get that? Where do you get these? Oh, big stretch. I think you struggled to read it because words are missing. I'm doing my best. Hello, old man Windbreaker. Lovely to see ya. I finally moved into my new place. I'm very excited. It's really cool. I'm absolutely in love with this space. New apartment moment. So constructing many parts of my identity, both political and otherwise, and that's real and valid. Take your time with that. Like I said, a lot of my intention is to make leftist effort and theory and whatnot accessible to others in a practical way. I'm not gonna quote big pieces of leftist literature at you. I just want to talk about the, like, I want to make it accessible. I want to make it easy and communicable and understandable. I want to be an entrance point. I want to be someone who pushes others to get involved and fight. Because you know what? Not everyone is interested in reading theory. Not everyone can read theory, and there's a lot of ways to be a good leftist without engaging with theory. I want that to be accessible to others. Whether that means they become an anarchist or not, you know. Whatever form of fucking left-leaning person you are, I just want to see people fighting for change in their communities. I'm just kind of walking into everyone's home and investigating. I love the bar so much. It's so cute. Little tavern. Alright, 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 alright. Ooh, we got that leather working set up here. I love that shit. Chat, I love leather. Leather is so cool. Bronze cauldron. Based. Compost. In training. Anyway, I'm normal. We got our stairs, which leads down into a little forge setup. I fuck with it. I fuck with it. We got the food set up, because you need the food set up. We got whatever the hell this is, because you need whatever the hell this is. Mathematics can be a source of future learning that should be a difference between recognizing past failure and letting investor in guilt. See, I'm very big on empathy. And like I said, I've definitely been told and critiqued for the fact that I tend to be overly empathetic, even with people who don't necessarily deserve it. Overly forgiving and giving as a person. I don't see those as flaws, but they definitely at times can get in the way of my endeavors. I would personally rather be too empathetic than be not empathetic enough, but that's just me. But no, empathy is a big part of just how I live my life. Oh, charcoal pit, that makes sense. For some reason, my brain thought the shit had to be on top. But all right, you got your alcohol brewing, nice. Hello, Sailor Shy. Hi. I'm properly moved in now. My desk is all set up. We got that lovely, beautiful audio set up. Things are looking and sounding good. How are you, Shy? It was so lovely hanging out on your birthday, mods. Can we get a shout out for Shy, actually? Shy is a super talented artist who's currently doing a big event for birthday. Shy's birthday was on the 9th. Yeah, you've been streaming a lot recently. I would not be able to do what you're doing. I'm sending all my love, though. I hope it's been going absolutely incredibly. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I did also show Cat. I could see. I think my roommate's gone to bed. I could see if the cat's out. If y'all want to see him again, I could do that. It is nighttime in game, so like I could while we wait for it to be daytime. It's been so fun. Did karaoke in VR? Hell yeah! I'm really proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you. Now, the move has been going great. I really love the new place so far. But yeah, I hung out with Shy on what night was that? What, Saturday night. Sound the Boozle. All right, let me see if I can find him real quick. Give me a second. I think my roommate's gone to bed. I've acquired a son boy. I've acquired a little man. One sec, Boozle. I need to move my headphones. Yeah, okay. You're getting a little bit angsty, a little bit antsy. One sec, boy. Boozle. Hi, Boozle. No, hang out with me. Boozle. 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 Okay, come on. I'm up to keep you again. I know. I know. Okay, he doesn't want to hang out right now. He doesn't want to. Boozle does not want to say hi. This is so sad. Boozle did not want to say hi. To be fair, I did wake him up from a nap. I'm pretty sure he was napping, and I did kind of just pick him up. And I did feel a little mean about it. But you know, that's how it goes. No Boozle. Boozant. But yeah, he's a sweet little black cat. His name's Boozle. Let me grab a Boozle pic real quick while we're waiting for it to be daytime. Do I have any Boozle pics pulled up? I don't. Let me grab a Boozle pic. Alright. Chat. Where is it? This is Boozle. This is Boozle. And I would do anything for him. He is little sun boy. Hello, Wasteland Radio. Lovely to see you again. This is Boozle. And he is a little guy. And I would do anything for him. He is a baby. A sweet child. He said hi earlier. He did not want to say hi right now. I'm pretty sure I accidentally woke him up from a nap. I was like looking for him and I put my hand on the couch and I put my hand directly on him and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, Boozle. So I'm pretty sure I woke him up from his nap. But he is such a little guy and I would do anything for him. I would do anything for him. He's very friendly, he's very social, and he's really, like, the new space has him terrified. But you know what? That's how it goes. He's such a baby. I would kill a man for this cat. Should you, my Boozle, please respond? I just wanted him to meow into the microphone again, because he meowed into the mic earlier. But alas, we were not allowed a second Boozle cameo today, apparently. Perhaps again sometime soon. Alright. Are there any houses nearby I can, like, run to? We could run to here. Actually, have I investigated this yet? I don't think I have. What is this? Those doors are massive. Oh, community center. Got it. Alright, not a whole lot going on here yet, but we got a nice little kitchen set up. Welcome back, Crocodile. Bye bye. Congratulations on surviving. I'm so proud of you. Fancy flooring, okay. How did you do this? Was this chiseled? Did you chisel this? What the fuck, my guy? Impressive. Alright, but we got that storage set up, nice. I keep closing doors in my face. Chisel with obsidian inlay, wild. Hello, Zelda! Bye bye. Lovely to see you. No worries about falling asleep. That is dedication, absolutely. That is extremely impressive. Congratulations. Also, it's looking like we will make it to the 6-hour mark. Fuck yeah. We got some armor stands set up. Very nice. A ceramic flower pot. Oh, I love this. This feels like a little study room, you know? Like, that's really pretty. These feel like, you know, I could sit here reading a book or writing a script. I vibe with it a lot. I vibe with it. Rufus Chisel too? I'll have to take a peek at it when I get a chance. Alright, where have I not been in here? Got a fireplace. Big fireplace enjoyer. Got some rooms. Little empty, but you know what? That's fine. Oh. What is this? I don't know what this is. But cool. Oh, is it a board game? I love that. Leather backpack. God, I love leather. Wait, so this roof is you said something with the roof being chiseled. When you say the roof is chiseled, what do you mean? So chiseling is hand done in this game. Aha, I love all the clutter. Big clutter enjoyer. I fuck with it. The entirety of the second story roof is chiseled with blocks. Oh, damn. Good work. It looks good. I fuck with it. Proud of you. I don't know if I've been in here yet. Come back and see the tiny Spigo mannequin in the corner. That's how it goes sometimes. Oh, I'm starving again. Shit, I don't have food. Can I steal any food from Mal's Tavern? Is there a bar snack or something that I can borrow? I'm gonna feel so bad stealing liquor, but alright. That does nothing to fill my hunger. Damn. Whoopsie. Appreciate it. You do not know how painful it was to make sure the rooms were counting as rooms. I believe it, with given how hard it was to make my house count as a house. I believe it. Oh, I like how this structure is still here. That's just a pre-generated structure. I've been in here. Okay. Starving AE curling outside the house for food. Hi. Thank you. Chat, you know how they say, like, don't feed the wild animals or else they'll become dependent on you for food and, like, get too friendly with the humans and it'll be a problem? You know how they say that? That's me. Oh, this is so well done! Holy shit, y'all are impressive! That's beautiful! That's amazing! Tamed a pack of AEs with lean meat, how dare you. Hello there, how are you doing? Your work is quite lovely. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh, yeah. Slash, player vos allow care cell once. That should work now. If you dot care cell. Oh, we have a big barn here. Nice. Timmy, do not feel the Enfield. They'll come back. Don't feed me, I'll come back, chat. Oh, I love that there's a little upstairs area. Chat, this inspires joy. This inspires joy and whimsy in my heart, chat. Feels good to be tall again. Congratulations. We had to do what we had to do in those ruins. I want the Enfield to come back though. Why? Because you think I'm hot? If I was working late and saw a rummaging through trash cans, I'd call an exterminator, but I'm sure someone would feed you. Damn, okay. You wouldn't even fucking, like, let me eat the trash? You wouldn't even let me eat the trash? This is cute. This is homey. Fuck no, just like having another creature that shares my desire to be a cat or gremlin. Yeah, that's understandable. Sorry for presuming. Hello, Necromantic Chef. It's lovely to see you. I'm finally moved into my new apartment. How are you doing? How have you been? We're touring around the Vintage Story server as I'm going to be starting it over from scratch soon. Come June. That's how you get Fae-Beast fate twinks all over your rubbish bins, as if you wouldn't like that. Massive pit? Cool. What's the purple stuff there? I don't fucking know. Double Double's absolutely wrecking me. I can imagine. Please make sure you take care of yourself, my friend. Proud of you, though, genuinely. Keep on loving, keep on fighting. I already looked here. Okay. Guess we found it. We found the pigeon pits. It's my favorite band. I like this. This is cute. I fuck with it. See, you love Moy failures is all. You love Moy failures. I like the layout of the valley a lot. It's very spread out compared to Lake Town. Single week I'll be able to pay my rent. That's a positive. At least, hey, proud of you. Damn, I wish I had money. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Get some good sleep. I hope to see you streaming and making more content soon. We gotta hang out sometime soon. It's been a while, especially now that I'm finally settled into the new space. My sleep schedule has been too normal recently, to a point where it's disturbing even me. So I need to work on that. Nice little house, homey. 12-hour shift yesterday and then 11-hour shift today. Oh, please make sure you're resting. I know I'm a hypocrite, but please, I don't trust that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay then. I don't trust that either. It has, especially since I'm gonna be going pedal to the metal and some stuff soon. Please hit me up. I would love to co-work and chat with you. I miss you. It's been a while since we've hung. You are my friend, and I appreciate you. I'm barking and biting you and ripping your throat out with my teeth. I love ripping my friends' throats out with my teeth. Pup is thankfully in a position where Pup's gonna be able to take off an entire week to rest. Congratulations. Oh, nice little smithy. Cute. Alright. I need to request a bunch of time off coming up soon because I got big plans for June. I have too many. Chat, I'm really worried about June actually being too much, to be honest. I feel like I need to lessen my obligations in June. Because I'm going to be part of a, like, shiny hunting charity event. Again, I'm one of the Shinies for Goods events. I'm going to be trying to get out an entire video essay. I have, like, 4 shows lined up. I'm really worried, to be perfectly honest. Alcohol? Got some shit for processing alcohol. Nice. I'm very worried, to be perfectly honest. You make it hard to not threaten you on stream. I had to catch myself. Uh-huh. I do it on purpose. And then next month is off-kai. I'm really stressed thinking about June right now, which is part of why I really need to buckle down for the rest of this month and get on top of shit. Because I was supposed to do that last month, and also the beginning of this month, and shit just kind of kept going wrong. So now I'm scrambling. Got a lot going on here. Oh, this is Lady Danger's tower, I think. It's looking very nice. I fuck with it. I like it. Hell yeah. It's very cute. It's very homey. Need to get my ticket and everything for off-kai, not gonna lie, next paycheck. I've already got my ticket and whatnot. I just need to figure out my flight. That's really the only thing I've got left to figure out. But I need to buckle down and work on finishing the script for my necroviolence video, and then starting the script for my next one. For my 1 year on HRT video, because June's gonna be a rough month. I'm gonna need to lock in constantly. We have the Tower of Death, which I'm not even going to investigate. But I think that means I've checked out just about everything here. There's a couple, like, far out buildings and whatnot that I didn't have a moment to check out, but given we're about to hit that 6-hour mark, and I do need some rest because I am eepy sneepy, my sleep schedule is not, my sleep schedule has been too normal lately. I'm gonna have to adjust to being a night owl again. I think, chat, I might start heading out right after we check this building out. Gunda E is heading forcing to take a break in July. I'll be going to off-kai. Oh, we already checked this out, alright. I'll be going to a convention in California. I'll be forced to take nearly a week off for it. I'm going to have to take nearly a week off just for off-kai. And I might make it a full week just, like, to not die. I'll be going to a convention. But yeah. Oh, thank you. I am gonna start closing things out for tonight. We might do one last stream on the Vintage Story server later this month to kind of give it a send-off, before we start up the new server in June. And I'm probably gonna get one of my mods to work on a lot of that, because low-key, but in the meantime, thank you everyone for hanging out. As per always. Let's head back to Lake Town real quick. Get some rest, have a good night. Of course. We're still gonna raid someone, so stick around for the raid. You do get extra channel points for that. And I will next be live tomorrow night at 7 PM EST, where you can catch me. What are we doing tomorrow night? Oh, we're playing more Pokemon Ranger tomorrow night. I'm hyped for that. We're gonna do more Pokemon Ranger. It's gonna be a good time, I'm sure, I'm certain. And I hope to see you then. In the meantime, let's find someone to raid. Let's see who all is online. Who all do I got? Who all do I have online? Anyone doing anything special right now? Looks like Shy is offline. We do have Seahorse on. Ooh, wait. I never get to raid Half Enlightened. Is Half Enlightened, like, actually doing shit? One sec. What are you doing up at this hour? I've only been live for an hour, though. Okay, I know who I'm raiding. We're gonna go say hi to Half Enlightened, someone who I never get to raid because she's never live at this hour. Everyone, make sure you give Half some love, one of my oldest friends in the VTuber scene. Like I said, I will next be live tomorrow night, 7 PM EST, playing some Pokemon Ranger. It'll be a good time. Hope to see you then. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I've been your loud punk bastard, signing off from the archive. Good night, folks.